Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajma, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangulu, ORTT, advising of the following temporary appointment in accordance with Section 44 of the Constitution. To Mr. Kyron James. Whereas Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajma is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangulu, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Kyron James, to be a member of the Senate, temporarily, with effect from the 24th of March, 2026, and continuing during the absence of Senator Melanie Roberts Rachman from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, the 23rd day of March, 2026. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath. Could we all stand?
I, Kyron James, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. At a sitting held on Friday, March the 6th, 2026, the House of Representatives agreed to the following resolution. Be it resolved that the House agreed to the following appointment to the Joint Select Committee on Public Administration and Appropriations. Mr. Saddam Hussein, MP, in lieu of Mr. Roger Alexander. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the Senate be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience. Please. Thank you.
Petitions. Petition lodged by Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association, seeking to introduce a private bill to amend the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association Incorporation Act 1975 Act number 44 of 1975.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Mr. President, I beg to present a petition on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association of Hearts Cut, Western Main Road in Chaguanas. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
The senators, is it agreed? Kindly proceed.
The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. To the Honorable President and members of the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association of Hartscott, Western Main Road, Chaguanas, in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the association, respectfully showeth that 1. The association was incorporated by an Act of Parliament entitled the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association Incorporation Act 1975, Act number 44 of 1975. 2. The association is governed by a constitution and administered by an executive responsible for the management of its affairs. 3. The aims and objects of the association are A. To encourage and promote sailing by amateurs. B. To organize yacht racing in Trinidad and Tobago. And C. To organize international and interterritorial yacht racing in association with the West Indies Yachting Association. 4. The association has, over time, informally adopted and utilized the designation Trinidad and Tobago Sailing Association in its communications and sporting engagements to more accurately reflect the association's mandate and role in relation to sailing and to avoid confusion with the Trinidad and Tobago Yacht Club and other yachting entities. 5. At a duly convened meeting of the association's executive, it was resolved that the statutory name of the association be changed from the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association to the Trinidad and Tobago Sailing Association. 6. Your petitioners, therefore, are desirous of amending Act number 44 of 1975 to change the name of the association to the Trinidad and Tobago Sailing Association to A. Remove confusion or ambiguity between the association and other yachting entities. B. More accurately reflect the association's statutory objects. And C. Promote legal certainty, transparency, and effective administration. 7. Wherefore, your petitioners humbly pray that this Honourable House will be pleased to take the foregoing premises into consideration and grant leave to your petitioners to proceed with the introduction of a private bill to amend the Trinidad and Tobago Yachting Association Incorporation Act 1975, Act 44 of 1975, to give legal effect to the proposed change of name in order that it may effectively pursue and achieve the objects outlined. And your petitioners in duty bound will ever pray. Dated this 10th day of March 2026, signed by Peter Sidney Knox, President, and Adam DaCosta, Secretary. Yeah.
Honorable Senator, the question is that the petitioners be granted leave to proceed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leave is granted. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge representatives from the Trinidad and Tobago Retired Persons Limited, an association of responsible persons. I would like, on your behalf, to welcome them to to the public gallery.
Papers.
Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2026.
The Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years ended September 30th, 2022 and September 30th, 2023. The consolidated annual audited financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited and its subsidiaries for the year ended March 31st, 2023. The annual audited financial statements of the National Schools Dietary Services Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2025. The annual audited financial statements of the Vehicle Management Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2017 and September 30th, 2018. The annual report of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2025.
Vice President.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The 38th Annual Report of the Integrity Commission of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended December 31st, 2025.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Government business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government is prepared to treat with all of the questions requiring oral answer which appear on today's order paper, save and except for questions number 58 and 59, for which we would ask that they be deferred for 2 weeks in accordance with Standing Order 2714.
Senator Brown.
Mr. President, I am authorized to ask questions on behalf of Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajman in accordance with Standing Order 2711, but requests to defer question 49 in her name until her return to Trinidad and Tobago.
Question 49, 58, and 59 are so deferred. So, no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 37 to the Minister of Justice.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. 37. Mr. President, I have been asked to answer this question on behalf of the Minister of Justice. Mr. President, this question concerns investigations under the purview of the Police Complaints Authority. The PCA is an independent oversight body indirectly under the purview of the Ministry of Justice. I'm advised by the PCA that the response to the question posed is as follows, and I quote from the PCA's instructions. The Police Complaints Authority does not have a standalone written policy specifically governing the use of privately owned CCTV footage. However, in keeping with its investigative mandate under the Police Complaints Authority Act, the authority routinely seeks and reviews all relevant evidence in matters under investigation. This may include privately owned CCTV footage, where such material is available and considered pertinent to the issues being examined. In those circumstances, the PCA formally requests the cooperation of property owners or other lawful custodians of the footage and seeks their consent to obtain and review the material. Currently, under the Police Complaints Authority Act, there is no legal compulsion requiring private property owners to provide CCTV footage to the authority where such footage is sought. As a result, the PCA relies on the voluntary cooperation of citizens and property owners in this regard. The authority treats all evidence received in the strictest confidence and utilizes such material solely for the purpose of advancing its statutory investigations, unquote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank the Minister for the response. In the absence of a written policy, is there any initiative to develop such a written policy in the future? Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, as I indicated before, the PCA is an independent oversight body, and therefore I'd be very happy to pass that question along to them for a written answer to the Honourable Senator.
Senator, any further? Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 39 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to the question raised as the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, it is my belief that it is prudent to invoke Standing Order 26.3, which states inter alia, a minister may decline to answer a question if, in his opinion, the publication of the answer would be contrary to the public interest.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Minister. Question number 40 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, pursuant to the question raised as the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I also believe it prudent to invoke Standing Order 26.3, which states inter alia, a minister may decline to answer a question if, in his opinion, the publication of the answer would be contrary to the public interest. Thank you.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Question number 41 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, pursuant to the question raised as the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I believe it is prudent to invoke Standing Order 26.3, which states inter alia that a minister may decline to answer a question if, in his opinion, the publication of the answer would be contrary to the public interest.
Senator Anthony Vieira.
Thank you, Minister. Question number 42 to the Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Again, pursuant to the question raised as the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I believe it is prudent to invoke Standing Order 26.3, which states inter alia that a minister may decline to answer a question if, in his opinion, the publication of such an answer would be contrary to the public interest.
Vieira, SC.
Thank you. Question number 43 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Pursuant to the question raised, I, as the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, believe that it is in fact prudent to invoke Standing Order 26.3, which again states inter alia that a minister may decline to answer a question if, in his opinion, the publication of such an answer would be contrary to the public interest.
Vieira, please.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, question number 44 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Again, pursuant to the question raised, as the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I believe that it is in fact prudent to invoke Standing Order 26.3, which states inter alia that the Minister may decline to answer a question if, in his opinion, the publication of such an answer would be contrary to the public's interests. Thank you.
Senator Vishnu Danpur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 45 to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, with permission of Cabinet, I have a very lengthy answer, and with the agreement of Senator Danpur, I'll read the first part and circulate the rest for members' information. Mr. President, since 2015, Trinidad and Tobago have subscribed to the Enhanced General Data Dissemination System, EGDDS, which is designed for countries that have not yet met the more stringent requirement of SDDS. The EGDDS covers data across the real fiscal, external, monetary, and financial sectors. Data are compiled and maintained collaboratively by the Central Statistical Office, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministry of Finance, with metadata regularly updated to ensure alignment with international standards. The National Summary Data Page, the NSDP, which provides a single authoritative platform linking to key macroeconomic and social data, enables public access to both human and machine-readable data, supporting transparency, timely dissemination, and a consolidated source of essential national statistics. The NSDP is hosted on the Central Bank's website. Permit me briefly to talk about the current status. At present, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago disseminates 14 out of 15 core data categories prescribed under the EGDDS framework. Overall, Trinidad and Tobago is therefore largely compliant with the EGDDS. Ongoing efforts are focused on addressing the remaining data gap, consistent with the objectives of continuous statistical development under the EGDDS framework. Against this backdrop, discussions have been initiated at the technical level on the feasibility of graduating from the EGDDS to the SDDS. These discussions are focused on assessing the extent to which current statistical capacity, institutional arrangements, and dissemination practices can meet the more demanding SDDS requirements, particularly with respect to data frequency, timeliness, and coverage in the fiscal and external sectors. Mr. President, may I circulate the rest for members' information pursuant to our agreement?
Senator Danpur, do you have any supplementals?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Minister. Are there any plans by the government to commission a new public expenditure and financial accountability assessment, given that the last one was in 2013?
Mr. President, I don't have that information at this time, but I can get back to the Honourable Senator with a follow-up on that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 47 to the Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President, and thank you for the question, Senator. According to record of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, a total of 153 persons were arrested during the state of emergency. A total of 208 preventative detention orders was issued. However, one PDO was issued in duplicate. A total of 20 persons remains in custody at the Eastern Correctional Rehabilitation Center on remand warrant. The remainders was released from various detention centers. Mr. President, a total of 29 persons who were detained under the prevention detection orders has been formally charged for various offenses. These matters are still pending. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Honorable Minister of Homeland Security, could you tell us, tell this Honorable House if the people on remand were formally charged?
Honorable Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President, I will repeat. A total of 29 persons who were detained, they have been charged, and the matter is still pending.
Marie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 50 to the Honorable Minister of Homeland Security.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Mr. President, based on information received from the Commissioner of Police, I am advised as follows. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service does have an established operational policy and protocol governing incidents where children become separated from their parents and guardian at public events. These procedures are embedded in the Trinidad and Tobago structured operational framework and are specifically incorporated into 1. The Public Order Policing Protocol, 2. Carnival and major events operational plans, 3. Divisional operational orders, 4. Departmental standing orders, and 5. Child protection proceedings, including coordination with the Child Protection Unit and the relevant social services agency. These protocols required immediate police response, supervisory notification, structured search procedures, such safeguards of child, control, public announcement where appropriate, and documentary handover procedures to verify guardians. Accordingly, this is not an ad hoc arrangement, but an established operational standard within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. With respect to public access, detailed operational orders are internal security documents and are not published, as they are part of the sensitive policing arrangement for public safety. However, members of the public may access general safety guidelines through the official TTPS website, 2. Public advisory issued in advance of national events, and 3. Direct engagement with divisional police headquarters. 4. Community policing outreach initiatives conducted prior and during large-scale public events. These approaches balance operational security with public awareness. These protocols are reviewed on an annual basis as part of the TTPS structured operational plan cycle for major national events and public gathering. Additionally, they are subject to review following any significant event with operational lessons are identified. The most recent formal review occurred during the planned phase for Carnival 2026. Referring with incorporation following the 2025 Carnival celebrations after action review process to strengthen response, coordinating, and child safeguarding procedures. Mr. President, I further advise that specific operation instructions contained in the 2026 Carnival orders refer officers to: 1. Respond immediately to reports of loss or unsupervised children. Notify supervisors, personnel without delay. Initiate structured search procedure where a child is reported lost, and safely convey found children to designated secure locations pending unification with various guardians. This reflects a proactive safeguard approach ending with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service operational framework. I wish to emphasize, Mr. President, that it is the responsibility of the parent or guardian to ensure that the safety and security of their children are maintained.
Senator Desiree.
Just one follow-up question. If a child is unable to say who they are and there's no identification on the child, can you reassure us that the child is reunited with the correct parent or guardian?
The Honorable Minister of Homeland Security.
Thank you again for the question. As stated, there is a verification system whereby persons must identify themselves as guardian, parent or guardian, before the child is handed over under any circumstances.
Thank you. Desiree Marie.
But if the child is unable to say or to prove that that's the parent, is there any verification that is written into the policy?
The Honorable Minister.
Again, Mr. President, and the question, this approach that I just mentioned is not an ad hoc approach. It is done by proper screening in order to verify the parent or guardian of the particular child. Yeah, right there.
Senator Dr. Desiree Marie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 51 to the Minister of Homeland Security.
Thank you again for the question. Mr. President, based on the official records provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I'm advised as follows. During the Carnival 2026 celebration, a total of 6 children were reported to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as separated, lost, or missing. All 6 children were subsequently located and safely reunited with their respective parents or lawful guardian. There were no outstanding cases arising from the Carnival 2026. The average time taken to effect reunification was approximately 1 hour from the time the report was formally received by the police. The time frame reflects the structured response protocol implemented during major national events, including immediate officers' engagement, supervisory notification, coordinated searches procedure, control public announcement when necessary, and secure holding arrangements pending verification of guardianship. With respect to the psychosocial counseling, I'm advised that no formal post-counseling service was required, or activated in those cases. In each instance, the matter was resolved promptly and the children were unified safely, and no reports of incident of injury, trauma, or otherwise was reported to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Are you able to give us the ages of the 6 children?
Minister.
I don't have, Mr. President, I don't have that data on me at this time.
Senator Desiree Murray.
Just one final follow-up question. The minister indicated that the children were not traumatized. Is this the opinion of a psychologist?
Minister of Homeland Security.
Again, Mr. President, the children's parents would initiate that type of response from the police. So once it is not initiated by the parents, all is considered quiet and regular.
Senator Dr. Desiree Murray. Next question.
Question number 52 to the Honorable Minister of Homeland Security.
Yes, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you again for the question. Based on the information provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I'm advised of the following. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service does maintain statistical records relating to reported children separated incidents in public events. These records are compiled at the divisional level and subsequently consolidated to the Operational Command Center. This structured reporting mechanism allows TTPS to monitor incidents frequently, assess operational patterns, and inform events planning protocol. With respect to the demographic trend, primarily internal analysis indicates that such incidents occur more frequently during high-density crowd events, during peak festive hours, and among young children, particularly those under the ages of 12. These trends reflect environmental and crowd management verification rather than systematic self-guarding deficiencies.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I did not get a number. You said there was increasing frequency, but do you have any actual numbers?
Senator, Mr. President, no number was provided with respect to the question. Yeah. Sure.
Thanks. Could that be provided in writing at a later date?
Yes, ma'am, I will. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And the final part of the question about policy reforms or program enhancements.
Mr. President, in relation to policy reform and program enhancement, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continues to review the operational practices to strengthen preventative and response frameworks. In this regard, the service is actually pursuing and enhancing the following measures: expanding public awareness and pre-event safety campaigns, establishing a clear, designated, and high-visible children unification point at major events venue, introduction and promotion of wristbands identification system for minors, strengthening the interagency coordination and response protocol, and expanding use of public address system and digital communication platform to facilitate rapid notification, and ongoing development and refinement of operational policies, guidance governing children separated incidents. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so Now go on to question, Senator Janelle John Bates. Okay. All right, we'll move on to question number 57. Senator Dr. Amy Brown.
President, question number 57 to the Minister of Homeland Security.
And Security.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the question, Senator. Mr. President, the School-Oriented Policing Initiative was implemented in September 2025 as part of the government's broader strategy to strengthen safety and security within the school environment and to support prevention and management of incidents of school violence within the educational institutions. Under this initiative, officers from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service was deployed to identify the schools across Trinidad and Tobago to provide a visible law enforcement presence, response to incidents where necessary, and support school administrators in maintaining a safe and orderly teaching and learning environment. For the period September to December 2025, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has reported that 19 students was arrested and charged in connection with incidents of school violence at schools in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the presence of police officers within schools is intended primarily as a preventative and protection measure aimed at deterring acts of violence and ensuring that any incident which threatens the safety of students, of teachers, and staff are addressed promptly and in accordance with the law. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will continue to work collaboratively with the Ministry of Education, school administrators, and parents to strengthen measures aimed to preventing school violence and ensuring that schools remain safe and secure environment for teaching and learning. Thank you.
Mr. President, I thank the Minister for his response. In giving the figure of 19, can the Minister clarify whether all students who were arrested were charged, to disaggregate the number arrested with respect to the number who were charged? Thank you.
Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President, and again, thank you for the question. What I have before me from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is a breakdown of students who have been arrested and charged in connection with the report incidents of school violence between the period September to December 2025 academic term. And in fact, 19 persons were in fact arrested and 19 persons charged.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, I thank the Minister. Is the Minister able to indicate whether any teachers were arrested and charged during this period for related to incidents of school violence?
I don't think that is relevant. If you have another question, you could proceed. Any other question? No. Okay, let's proceed to Senator Janelle John Bates. Is 58 as well? I thought we No, do you have a supplemental? Okay. Come.
Introduction of bills. The Probation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Minister of Justice. Public business, private members' business, motions.
Honorable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress, and the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, February the 24th, 2026, will be resumed. Be it resolved that the Senate call upon the government to table in Parliament within the next 12 months a comprehensive national strategic plan inclusive of a legislative framework to eliminate these barriers to social and economic exclusion, thereby enabling all persons to participate fully in public life with dignity and independence. Honorable Senators, on the last two occasions, Wednesday, November the 26th, 2025, and Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, there was a total of 13 speakers on this motion. I think the last member to speak on this motion was the Minister of Labor and Microenterprises. Anybody else would like to join the debate? Senator Kyron James.
Mr. President, I rise today to make my maiden contribution in this honorable Senate. Mr. President, I do it with a sense of humility and a sense of deep responsibility. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this debate of national importance. I would also like to thank my political leader, the Honorable Penelope Beckles-Robinson, for the confidence that she has placed in me to provide the feedback and to provide my experiences to this Honorable House. I'd also like to acknowledge the mover of this motion, Senator Alicia Lalite-Ettienne, for bringing forward a matter that speaks directly to equality, dignity, and national development. Mr. President, I stand in full support of this motion. And I do so not only as a senator, Mr. President, but as someone who lives the reality this motion seeks to address. I'd like to ask myself, or ask this question to a group of people, or anyone who I actually encounter, because I'm not certain that people fully understand how simple things could affect the lives of people living with disabilities. All of us in this chamber here today would have possibly got up, got ready, put on your suit, straighten your tie, got in your vehicle, and come down to the Senate. For somebody like me, Mr. President, and for people like myself, this is a calculated dance where you have to depend on loved ones, depend on friends, depend on family to get you to the point where you have to be. So we should not be in a position where we always take things for granted, and I believe this is one of the reasons why the motion was brought forward. Mr. President, this motion begins in Section 4 of our Constitution. It guarantees equality before the law. It guarantees equality and treatment by public authorities, and it guarantees freedom of movement. It guarantees enjoyment of property. And these are not abstract ideas, Mr. President. These are real rights. The Equal Opportunity Act strengthens those rights as it prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability and places a duty on public authorities to ensure equal access to services and facilities. So the legal foundation already exists, Mr. President. The Constitution speaks, the law speaks, but the lived experience of persons with disabilities tell us something else. There remains a wide gap between rights on paper and access in practice. Mr. President, I live with a condition called arthrogryposis multiplex congenita. Very fancy word, basically just to say that I'm a very good-looking person, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I cannot be untruthful. This is Honorable House. This is something that I have been able to navigate my entire life, as I mentioned before, with the help of friends and families. And I do not raise this to invite any sympathy. I raise it to provide only context. Because when we speak about barriers, I live those barriers. Barriers in buildings, barriers in transportation, barriers in attitude, and barriers in employment. Mr. President, I want to stop on employment a little bit and bring a little bit of my personal experience to this Honorable House. My first job, my first major job was in a company, an oil and gas company, one of the larger oil and gas companies in Trinidad and Tobago, because my profession is within the IT background, the IT field. And I was hired by someone who was able to look past the physical attributes of who you see before you and think about the actual ability of the person. And that person is someone that I'm sure a lot of us here are familiar with. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Rushton Parry, former Member of Parliament for Mayara. One of the best Member of Parliament from Mayara that I know about right now. And there are times when something as simple as a step to an entrance becomes a wall. I remember this afternoon, and I must say thanks to the members of the Parliament staff who were so meticulous in every aspect of my visit today. From asking what side of the lectern should the pen be placed, to wondering, can you climb those stairs? And these are the simple principles that we should all live to follow and mirror. I should not have to come to such an establishment like this and feel like this sort of action is foreign. Because, Mr. President, it's something that we should all be accustomed to. There are times when a narrow doorway becomes an exclusion. Some of us may never have the opportunity to worry about the place that I'm going. I wonder if it's accessible enough for me to pass. There are times when inaccessible parking determines whether participation is possible at all. You have to worry, I wonder if I could go this little line, right? Where can I park? Is it possible to park? How far away will I have to walk away from the park to get to the venue? These are all daily realities. The Equal Opportunity Act is something that we all should use in a way to draw inspiration from. Because it doesn't only speak to people with disability, it speaks to everyone in the country, it speaks to all residents, all citizens. And it's something that we all may just topple over and not really take into consideration, but it's very important that we remember that these things are here to protect us. Mr. President, there remains a wide gap between rights on paper and access in practice. And while I have been fortunate to overcome many of these challenges, the truth is that many persons with disabilities may not get the same opportunities, Mr. President. This is why this motion matters. It moves us from goodwill to guarantee, from accommodation to obligation, and from sympathy to equality. Mr. President, Mr. President, this motion identifies barriers in employment, housing, education, and public access. And these barriers are real, Mr. President. Persons with disabilities still face limited employment opportunities, not because they lack the ability, but because workplaces are not designed for inclusion. Housing remains inaccessible. Many developments don't even consider mobility challenges because it's always an afterthought. And the only members of this society who suffer because of afterthought are members of the differently abled society, Mr. President. Educational institutions often lack adaptive tools, accessible infrastructure, or learning support. How many times have you heard teachers, and I know a lot of great teachers, I'm not knocking teachers because they have a lot to deal with, but how many times have you heard a teacher say, boy, that child miserable. He talking all the time, he can't stay quiet. And these are things that if untrained, you will be unable to determine that this child possibly has a learning disability. And because of that, there's a possibility of this child being left behind. Public buildings remain difficult to enter, navigate, or use. And these barriers can create exclusion. Mr. President, I was a local government representative in the Mayor-Riopa Regional Corporation for 2 terms. And the chamber of the regional corporation was on the 2nd floor. I had no problems climbing the stairs to go to the chamber, to go to these meetings. But you have to think, you have to wonder, what about the other people within this community who wants to be a part of the process, who wants to attend a statutory meeting and cannot attend that statutory meeting because of those 8, 9 stairs? Yeah, I counted them. And each one of those steps, Mr. President, represents one more roadblock in the way of someone exercising the right to be a part of this community. And it is because of institutions like where I was at the regional corporation and sadly other institutions, whether they be private or public, there is always an afterthought for people with disabilities. And this is an attitude that we must change, Mr. President. Mr. President, exclusion also has a national economic cost. When persons with disabilities cannot access education, the country loses skilled workers. When they cannot access employment, the country loses productivity. When accessibility is not built into infrastructure, retrofitting, putting a ramp after, there's a cost to that. And that's because of the afterthought. Inclusion is not charity, Mr. President. Inclusion is also economics. An inclusive society expands the labor force, it increases consumption, encourages entrepreneurship, and reduces dependency. Accessibility is smart economic policy. Mr. President, there's also an international dimension that we could consider. Investors today examine governance, inclusion, and accessibility as part of doing business. If Trinidad and Tobago lacks these frameworks, we're putting ourselves at risk of losing out on a lot of opportunities. If we lack standards, investors see uncertainty. If accessibility is inconsistent, international firms may create their own compliance structures, influencing the cost by increasing it. Accessible countries are easier to invest in. Inclusive economies attract global companies. Barrier-free infrastructure signals modern governance. So this motion is not only a social policy, it is an investment policy. Mr. President, recently in social media, I don't think it was in the news, but we saw a public official misuse a designated parking space for people with disabilities. And Mr. President, this one strikes a nerve, especially for me, because Mr. President, as we all can see, I am a resident, I'm a citizen who is differently abled. I'm also a driver. And Mr. President, do you know when I go to these areas that have handicap parking, I refuse to use those parking spots because I believe that I still have enough strength to walk 10 steps and leave that spot for somebody's morning. These spaces are not a convenience, Mr. President. They are access. Without them, participation, as I mentioned before, becomes impossible. When such rules are ignored, it reflects a lack of understanding and realities of people like myself live with disabilities. If we cannot respect something as visible as a parking space, we will struggle to implement national accessibility policies. Policies must be supported by awareness. Awareness must be supported by enforcement. As a member of the disabled community, Mr. President, I call upon the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to do their duty and charge that public official under the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. Mr. President, it cannot be rules for thee, not for me. Because if I, as a normal citizen before today, could look at a parking spot, park there and say, that's all right, if other people could do it, if people who I look up to, if someone who is supposed to be in the halls that makes these rules and enforce them can do it, so can I, Mr. Chairman. So that's why it's very important. Mr. President, this is why this motion calls for a comprehensive national strategic plan within 12 months. Because a piecemeal action, will not work. We need national accessibility standards, we need code requirements, we need public sector compliance rules, we need accessible transportation planning, we need digital accessibility standards, we need enforcement and mechanisms, we need timelines, and most of all, we need accountability. Only a structured national plan can deliver this. Mr. President, as I make my maiden contribution, I am conscious that my presence here should not be unusual. It should become the norm. A truly inclusive society is one where participation by persons with disability is expected and not exceptional. I stand here because barriers were overcome, but many others remain outside rooms just like this, not because of ability, but because of access, Mr. President. It seeks to replace barriers with opportunity. It seeks to replace exclusion with participation. It seeks to replace dependency with independence. Mr. President, this motion is grounded in our Constitution. It's supported by law, and it's justified by economics. It's required for investment. It's necessary for equality. And for me, Mr. President, it's personal. It's personal because I understand what it means to have barriers in your way, Mr. President, and I understand how important it is when those barriers are removed. Trinidad and Tobago can do better. We can build a society where accessibility is standard, where inclusion is deliberate, where equality is real. I therefore lend my full and unequivocal support to this motion. Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, on your behalf, I would like to warmly congratulate Senator Kyron James on his maiden contribution. Thank you very much, Senator Kyron James. I recognize Senator Dr. Marlene. Marlene, are you going? Okay, Senator Simmons. I recognize Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. and affording me the opportunity to contribute to this important debate today. Mr. President, on the last occasion that this motion came before this Honorable Senate for debate, I was unable to contribute because I had a bad case of laryngitis and I lost my voice. Now, to speak to what Senator James alluded to about being able to contemplate what it must feel like to be disabled, for a brief moment, I was struck with the reality that I had no voice. And it afforded me the opportunity to contemplate what that could be like permanently. I was frustrated. I had to resort to assistive technology to even deliver a stern reprimand to my son. And I could tell you that a British accent coming out of your phone is not the same as a good old Trini Buff. And it made me realize that it's important not only because I lost my voice, but because I still have one. And that I could use this opportunity today to speak for those who don't have a voice. So, Mr. President, if a nation is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable, then we must confront a difficult truth today. In Trinidad and Tobago, I understand approximately 76.4% of persons with disabilities fall within the lowest income brackets. Now, that statistic is not an accident. It reflects a cycle that begins in childhood, in our classrooms, and follows persons with disabilities into adulthood. Mr. President, the question is not simply whether we are educating all children, it is whether our education system is preparing children with disabilities for economic independence, or are we quietly shaping a future of dependency? I rise to support this motion because children with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago are often navigating an education system that was never designed with them in mind. They are not failing because they lack intelligence, because there's no potential, or because they're not making enough effort. They are struggling because the system has not sufficiently adapted to meet their needs. And the cost of that failure is not borne by the child alone, it is borne by their families and ultimately this nation. While this motion addresses all persons with disabilities, I believe children deserve particular focus. In fact, I believe children deserve their own motion, but I have decided to take this opportunity to draw awareness to what I believe is a matter of significance. If we do not intervene early, the social and economic barriers that we are debating today will reproduce themselves in generations to come. It's been discussed here quite often that, globally, approximately 1 billion people live with disabilities. And I've discovered that approximately 240 million of that number are children. Children and adolescents with disabilities remain among the most marginalized persons in every society, despite international commitments, including the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, decades of advocacy. Children with disabilities remain largely invisible in research, programming, and national planning. The extent to which these children can function, participate in society, and lead fulfilling lives depends not on the impairment, but on the way in which we accommodate them. They are not problems to be fixed. They need to be supported, and every child deserves an opportunity to thrive. So I want us to consider some of the educational barriers we have in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to say that despite commendable efforts made by governments past and present, children with disabilities continue to face inaccessible school infrastructure. They continue to face a rigid one-size-fits-all curriculum, the standardized assessments like SEA that do not account for diverse learning needs, a shortage of trained special educators, long waiting lists for professional diagnosis, costly psychoeducational assessments, which, if you understand what it's like, getting one of those, Mr. President, is like winning a golden ticket in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Limited specialized resources and assistive technology, and my pet peeve, persistent social stigma. In Trinidad and Tobago, we boast about free education, yet there is no fully free, publicly accessible mainstream school that comprehensively is designed to accommodate these students with special needs. As a result, parents have to resort to private schooling, withdraw from the workforce, or try to shoulder this burden on their own, and most often that is acutely felt by the single-parent household. Mr. President, when you have a child with disabilities, sometimes it's not just one disability, it's several issues, and you need occupational therapy, speech therapy, psychotherapy, and the costs of those therapies can range from $400 to $1,200 an hour. And can you imagine, if you need that type of therapy, 1 hour is not enough to make a significant impact in a child's life. You need to do this consistently, so you can imagine the cost. Now let's talk about this private psychoeducational assessments, which are used to assess a person's learning or behavioral challenges. These range, and I can tell you firsthand, from $6,000 to $12,000 for one report. And these reports must be repeated at various intervals throughout a child's academic life because they are only valid for 3 years. Mr. President, consider the cumulative burden on a family with a child progressing through SEA, CSEC, CAPE, tertiary level education. They will be required to present updated reports every single time they are to access an exam. And this could cost between $24,000 to $48,000 over time. Mr. President, the average family can't even afford one of these reports. While services are available through institutes such as the UWI Psychoeducational Diagnostic and Intervention Clinic, PEDIC, which I understand offers these reports at a reduced cost of $4,000, and the Student Support Services Division, these services are oversubscribed and unable to meet the growing demand because they also provide support to places like the Children's Court and the Family Court and Children's Authority. And even they have difficulty accessing these reports because it takes a significant time. In fact, between 5 and 18 months to get a report. This delays early intervention, which we know is critical to long-term success. What is the result? Children fall behind. Why are they falling behind? Because they haven't received a diagnosis, so no one is there to prescribe to help them. The result? They internalize failure. If every time you don't even know why you can't understand the work, you don't know why you can't sit still, and everybody around you is telling you that you are the problem, you start to believe it. And what is the result? They disengage from school altogether. And what is the result of that? In some cases, it goes beyond the classroom. Dr. David Bratt, in his article on disability and SEA published in the Trinidad Guardian, and I'll be referring to Dr. Bratt several times in my contribution, Mr. President, with your leave, he highlighted a troubling pattern. He observed that many students who score below 30% on the SEA examination have some form of disability. He further suggested a troubling relationship between undiagnosed disability, repeated academic failure, and interaction with the criminal justice system. Mr. President, this emerging link between untreated disability, educational failure, and involvement in the criminal justice system should trouble all of us. It demands an urgent and coordinated action. Let's consider neurodiversity. Neurodiversity, which includes autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, learning disabilities, and other related conditions refers to the natural differences in the way individuals think, learn, behave, and process information. Many of these disabilities are hidden and invisible. Children with these types of disabilities face unique challenges rooted in disbelief, stigma, and inadequate support. You know why? Because they're often told, you don't look like something is wrong with you. Why are you behaving like that? You're making excuses. You just don't know how to behave. And in some cases, children doubt themselves. They must repeatedly prove their disability to access accommodations like concessions. Others engage in masking, which is hiding their struggles so that they could fit in. And this can lead to children developing anxiety, depression, and forming suicidal ideation and other comorbid conditions. Consider the children who are twice exceptional. These are the gifted ones. So while they have ability, they are at the same time managing a disability. And because they appear high functioning, their needs are overlooked and early interventions are delayed. Too often, these children are labeled lazy, defiant, disruptive. They face skepticism, emotional distress, bullying, instead of support and inclusion that is needed. Mr. President, I want us to understand and to support this motion today because children with disabilities require urgent action and intervention. I acknowledge that there have been efforts by this government and in the past to introduce things like concessions for SEA. And as a result of that, children have been able to benefit. But let us understand what those concessions look like. In order for children to get the benefit of concessions, the parents must first know to apply for these concessions. In order to succeed with a concession, you have to first have a psychoeducational assessment done. You have to know that. So these concessions, the advertisements go out in July. So the parents have to know in advance of July, obtain this report. Even to obtain the report, they need teachers to be engaged and to assist them because these reports require assessments not only from the parents, but from the teachers. And in a study conducted by a former JSC on human rights and diversity and equality, it was discovered that teacher apathy was a significant barrier for children. And I don't want to blame teachers. As an educator myself, I know how difficult it is for teachers, particularly with classroom sizes of 25 or more. When they are faced with requests to complete these forms, they say things like, why this should be my problem. I have 4 of them in the class and it's too much for me. They're not willing to fill out these forms because it's an additional burden that they feel ill-equipped to handle, that there are too many other things competing for their resources and their time. So, Mr. President, whilst we have the benefit of these concessions, the problem is that it doesn't help in the way that we think it would. So, Mr. President, I encourage us to look beyond what we have and try to think of ways that we can support our children better. Mr. President, I also wish to consider the link that Dr. David Bratt has made between disability and the criminal justice system. Mr. President, we have seen it all on social media. The reports of children committing violent acts in schools. I am not an expert in terms of psychology, but those experts will tell you that often what we are seeing is but a symptom of a bigger problem. It is known as the iceberg effect. When children are acting out, there is often something else lying underneath. And we need to conduct the relevant assessments in order to support our children better. Mr. President, in addition to those challenges, we need to consider our parents. Our families require support. Mr. President, I have heard and I have seen where we are now calling on holding our parents accountable for the behavior of children. And I want to say that I agree with that, but there are parents who are trying. They are doing their best, and they need training, and they need support, they need validation, they need an acknowledgement that what they are doing is enough, and they need support. Because sometimes, Mr. President, sometimes the children's behavior is not as a product of bad parenting. It is as a product of strained resources, lack of understanding and support. There are parents who have concerns because they recognize that their children need support and they do not know what would happen to their disabled children if something were to happen to them. Have we thought about where children go when their caregivers die and there's no family member to take those children on board? Mr. President, we have to act, and the time is to act now. We must ensure that what we do, preventative measures, must be taken now in the classroom and not wait until we're trying to act in the prison. Right? Mr. President, we also need to train our police officers. Have we considered training in neurodiversity, for instance, for our police officers? What is it like interrogating a person with ADHD who may be prone to impulsivity, restlessness? They may demonstrate certain types of characteristics which may be misunderstood. And so we need to have our police officers in the justice system trained, because if we could understand the role that disability plays in the way that some of our children end up interacting with the criminal justice system, I dare say it would remove some of these incidents that escalate unnecessarily, and it may act as a hindrance to recidivism. Mr. President, I also noted a recommendation by Dr. Bratt for us to have a center that is focused on centralizing all our multidisciplinary services and resources. And this idea, I believe, came from Ms. Ivis Gibson of Families in Action 20 years ago, where the idea came about that we have scarce resources and therefore we should try to centralize those resources. I want to add my own support for that type of recommendation, as I believe, Mr. President, that it will be critical for ensuring that all resources are used effectively and that our children benefit tremendously from these types of efforts. Mr. President, Dr. Radhika Mahes noted in her Newsday commentary that the attitude towards persons with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago is one of bare tolerance rather than meaningful inclusion. That phrase, bare tolerance, should trouble us. Polite inclusion is not real inclusion. I also want to refer to our data problem. We have a data problem, and we've heard it often in the Senate. We still lack accurate, comprehensive national data on the number of children with disabilities. Without data, planning is guesswork, or as we say, planning by VAPs, for lack of an elegant word for that. Without data, budgeting is reactive, and we cannot achieve full equity. It was disclosed in a report by the JSC on human rights, equality, diversity, and inclusion in the 11th Parliament that districts such as St. Patrick, Port of Spain, and St. George East have recorded high numbers of diagnosed and suspected cases at primary level. And the most diagnosed disability was ADHD. Yet targeted screening and resource allocation to these areas remain limited. Mr. President, we cannot build an inclusive education system without evidence to guide it. I have taken note of a multi-site case study on data-driven decision-making in early childhood centers in Tobago, conducted by one Ms. Sabira Abdul-Majid. It was published in JEDIC, the Journal of Education and Development in the Caribbean. This study found that the absence of adequate resources and tools was a major barrier to effectively using data in ECC centers. Mr. President, I acknowledge that there have been efforts by this government to introduce early screening for children in the ECC centers via the PEARL project, which is to assess early and educate fully. But I wish that these types of screenings be done from birth. These are my recommendations for reform. We must have, in addition to national screening at birth, reduced waiting time for assessments. We must establish that national multidisciplinary diagnostic team. And in this regard, I acknowledge the operationalization of the National Enrichment Center earlier this year. I understand that its initial phase will focus on children with disabilities and will provide a comprehensive range of multidisciplinary services. This is a commendable step. However, sustained investment and oversight will be critical to ensure that the center fully delivers on its mandate and meets the growing needs of our population. Mr. President, we need to strengthen our human resources. Mr. President, we need special education teachers. We need them. We need their contracts to be permanent. We need their compensation to be commensurate with the type of service that they provide. Mr. President, we need teachers' aides. We need interpreters. We need clinical psychologists. We need behavioral specialists. We need training for our teachers. And we need curriculum reform. Mr. President, we need to adopt universal design for learning in our primary and secondary schools. We need flexible assessment methods. We need to incorporate more individualized education plans. And about those IEPs, whilst I understand that teachers are going to say we don't have the resources to incorporate some of these plans because of our class size, let's treat with that issue. Let's give them the support that they need. We need to subsidize or publicly fund these psychoeducational assessments that are like the Holy Grail. We need financial assistance for all these various therapies. We need more of it. We need mandatory inclusive education modules in teacher training institutions. We need now, because we see the prevalence of ADHD amongst our youths, we need to have continuous professional development for ADHD, autism, dyslexia, dyspraxia. We need these support strategies. And Mr. President, we need public awareness and anti-stigma campaigns, because we have seen that there are leagues, there are miles we need to go in fully appreciating, as Senator James says, the perspective of the disabled. So a national campaign addressing myths and these harmful stereotypes. We need disability etiquette for educators and law enforcement. In our justice system, we need to train our police to recognize neurodiverse conditions. We need to also consider neurodivergence as a mitigating factor. We need comprehensive national database on children with disabilities. We also require district-level screening initiative because of these high incidence areas. And lastly, Mr. President, we need legislative reform. We need strengthened legal protection guaranteeing inclusive education as a right and not a privilege. We need the oversight mechanisms after the implementation to ensure that there's accountability. Mr. President, if we fail to intervene, we risk losing another generation of children to a system that doesn't support them. And this is best understood and echoed in the powerful cultural reflections of the words of Ella Andel in her song, Missing Generation. Somebody better pray. Somebody better pray, Mr. President. There's a missing generation, and soon if we don't find them, they're surely going to find us one day. There's a missing generation, and soon if we don't find them, there'll be no generation to care. This generation is finding us, Mr. President. They're finding us in the violence in schools. They're finding us in the types of crime that we're seeing. They're finding us in the disruption that we're seeing in our society. Mr. President, the main goal of education is to produce confident, self-sufficient citizens capable of growth and contribution to our nation. Research shows that individuals with disabilities who are able to complete higher education, they have 4 times greater employment prospects than those who do not. The question, therefore, is simple. Will we just continue with bare tolerance and polite inclusion, or will we commit today to structural transformation? Our children with disabilities, they don't need sympathy. They need access, they need dignity, they need the opportunity. And as a parliament, we have the responsibility to act. And I urge all members here today to support this motion. And I wish to thank Senator Lalite-Ettienne for bringing it forward. We need to support it not just as a policy adjustment, but as a national commitment to ensuring, Mr. President, that no child in Trinidad and Tobago gets left behind. And with these words, I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on what I consider a deeply important motion, and I would first like to extend congratulations to Senator Lalite-Ettienne in bringing such an important motion before the Senate. Mr. President, I know that, as you stated earlier, a number of persons have already addressed this particular motion. I think you said 13, and I stand, based on the record here, a few others will contribute as well. Safe to say, Mr. President, I will try to be as short as a politician can in these circumstances. I think that is about 40 minutes, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, all humor aside, this is indeed a motion that, in plain terms, Mr. President, it is both important in its timeliness, but it's also important because in the last 11 months, this government has been taking action towards helping the most vulnerable in our society. This is a government, Mr. President, that has always stood by the side of the most vulnerable in our society. This is a government, Mr. President, that doesn't lay idle while persons are being inflicted, while persons are being mistreated, while persons, I dare say, Mr. President, are suffering. Mr. President, this government is a caring government, Mr. President. This government is a government that understands the plight of not some citizens, but all citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And I say this unapologetically, Mr. President. I welcome the comments and remarks of Senator James in his maiden contribution. And I just want to reflect on a couple of things that he would have noted. The Senator spoke a bit about a calculated dance, and I must say he was dancing the dance in his maiden contribution. He spoke about barriers. And importantly, Mr. President, he spoke about inclusion is not charity. Inclusion is economics. But I want to draw to the good senator's attention that indeed it is about economics, and inclusion is not charity, and you're right. But that is why this government, within 1 year of forming the government, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, Mr. President, would have committed over $41 million in subventions to advance inclusion and empower persons with disabilities. Not 41,000, Mr. President. $41 million. And that is how important people are to this government, Mr. President. Inclusiveness. Mr. President, in particular, I want to congratulate the Member of Parliament for Chaguanas East, Vandana Mohit, because within her time, in a few short months, she was able to, Mr. President, on the date October 29th, 2025, provide a total allocation to each organization as follows. And I want the Hansard to reflect the organizations, Mr. President, and colleagues across the floor, including Senator James. This is your action. The Lady Ho Choi Center for Trinidad and Tobago, $15 million. The Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired, $12 million plus, Mr. President. The Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, $13.5 million, Mr. President. So while the motion says, be it resolved that this Senate call upon government to table in Parliament within the next 12 months a comprehensive national strategic plan inclusive of a legislative framework to eliminate these barriers to social and economic exclusion, thereby enabling all persons to participate fully in public life with dignity and independence. I submit to this chamber that the work has already begun. You see, Mr. President, talk is cheap, as they say. But the evidence tells a different story. Mr. President, I want to turn to a few comments made by Senator Candice Jones-Simmons. And I want to suggest to Ms. Simmons as well, the same Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. She mentioned again relating to early child care and early childhood intervention. Senator, with respect, November 19th, 2025, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services provides 50,000 grant towards the development of early intervention therapy video series. Again, this is not piecemeal intervention. This is strategic. This is intentional. This is deliberate. This is a government working for people. This is a government of inclusivity. This is a government of equality. This is a government that leaves no man behind, Mr. President. And therefore, I could stand with my brother, Senator James, and I can proudly say to you, sir, that we can dance the dance with you. We can dance a calculated dance with you, my friend, because a UNC-led government is a government that cares. A UNC government is a government that leaves no man behind, no woman behind. And if there were any other person, animal, place, or thing left behind, this government will take care of you. So, Mr. President, I won't wrap up just yet. But I want to just place that on the record, Mr. President, because I think it's important that talk happens. A cavalier approach to these things typically happens. But the public must be aware that this government is taking action. And Senator mentioned we need, and I could feel the passion in her voice. We need this, and we need that, and we need all of the A, B, C to Z, Mr. President. But I would like members opposite, when you're speaking about needs, reflect upon all the needs you had over the last 10 years and answer which of those needs were pertinent to members opposite. Take out your lists, check them one by one, and ask yourself which one of those needs were delivered. I dare say, few and far between. And members opposite would say the contrary, and I understand. It is in their nature to do so. But we are not burdened by falsehoods, Mr. President. On this side, we are burdened by the ills that pervade our society, and we will break those barriers. We will be the champions of persons who are marginalized and of persons who are vulnerable. And we will do so unashamedly. So, Mr. President, I take the motion. The motion has merit. The motion has value. I stand with my brothers and sisters who are differently able. And I say to you, you are not forgotten. You are seen by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. You are seen. So, in plain terms, Mr. President, what is this motion really about? Is it about whether the state is doing enough for persons with disabilities, and whether it should be required to bring a national plan to Parliament to address gaps in access, opportunity, and participation? More precisely, Mr. President, this motion is about disability rights and inclusion. We understand that. This motion is about eliminating social and economic barriers. We understand that, Mr. President. This motion is about access to services, infrastructure, education, and employment. We understand that, Mr. President. This motion is about government accountability to constitutional and legal obligations outlined in Section 4 of the Equal Opportunities Act. Mr. President, we understand that. But, Mr. President, I say to you today, conscious of all of those needs, the UNC-led government, Mr. President, outlined many of these items in our manifesto that is now law. And if you would permit me, Mr. President, I would go through a number of these. Mr. President, in an attempt to advance this narrative, I want to turn your attention to what is deliberate and intentional intervention. Colleagues would have addressed the neurodevelopment between ages 4 and 6. Mr. President, would you believe in page 83 of the prescribed manifesto, it speaks to programs designed for neurodevelopment? And if you remember, Mr. President, I just highlighted actionable results of said investment. Less than a year's time, Mr. President, I might add. This is words into action. This is monies invested in real challenges, in real problems. Mr. President, economic opportunity and inclusion. Our government has taken deliberate steps to support our young people. Senators would have mentioned issues related to mental health challenges, what many would recognize now as psychosocial disabilities. Mr. President, on page 97 of said manifesto, there's a clear commitment to youth and mental health advocacy. It speaks to placing trained counselors in every secondary school, establishing round-the-clock confidential support backed by technology and real-time human intervention, including a curriculum that builds, identifies resilience and purpose, and developing dedicated mental health facilities in high-risk communities. Now, Mr. President, why am I speaking to these things? Mr. President, I submit to you that this government has done the research, Mr. President. This government was a government that went into every community. We listened to the challenges of persons in said communities. Every community center, Mr. President. Every individual by the side of the road. Anyone that would listen, Mr. President, we would speak to. And so this is a coordinated plan across all areas of governance, and might I add, good governance. So when we are speaking in this motion about outlining a 12-month plan, Mr. President, I dare say we have a plan right before you. And it is our intention, Mr. President, to identify every element of said plan and to action them one by one, by one, by one, by one, until we have checked all the boxes, Mr. President, and we will begin to add more. Actions speak louder than words. Mr. President, would you believe that in the initial report under the United Nations Convention on Human Rights, on the rights of persons with disabilities, it is noted as part of a 2030 plan that the government committed to the integration of persons with disabilities through improved access to training, education, employment, and healthcare. A number of colleagues would have cited areas that they felt we needed to advance. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago has signed to these conventions. We abide by them. In particular, Article 1 to 4, in terms of purpose definition. If we look to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, I say to you, Mr. President, that we have been inclusive in our approach. The National Policy on Persons with Disabilities outlines a comprehensive set of recommendations to facilitate the fulfillment of economic, social, cultural, political, and civil rights of persons with disabilities. The Equal Opportunity Act, Chapter 2203, aims to protect against said discrimination of PWDs. The term disability needs to be redefined to take into account contents of the World Health Organization International Classification of Functioning, Disability, and Health under the UNCRPD. So I say all of that to say, Mr. President, this is not post-issue recovery. This is action. This is pro-action. This is taking front. Now, Mr. President, it would be remiss of me if I didn't connect the challenges that lay ahead with the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. Because disability and so on, Mr. President, is not just about the economics, as Senator James would have spoken to, but it also deals with the systems, the technology, the transformation that connects persons to services. And that in itself, Mr. President, is one of the goals and one of the mandates of the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence. This ministry is poised to be one of the most inclusive ministries. And, Mr. President, I like the quote by the great Muhammad Ali, when he says, "Service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth." For me, Mr. President, this speaks directly, these words speak directly to the responsibility of government. Mr. President, through the work of the Ministry of Public Admin and AI, we are building systems to recognize every citizen, regardless of age, ethnicity, disability, or gender. Systems that are accessible by design. Systems that do not exclude, but instead bring people in. Mr. President, this has already taken shape. The ministry is actively supporting the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services in the automation of its internal and external platforms. This is not management by VAPs, as my friend Dr. Attzs used to say in our economics lectures. This is not economics and management by VAPs. This is coordinated, Mr. President. This is calculated. And so, with this view, Mr. President, we aim in collaboration with other ministries to deliver grants, state benefits, using the digital arm. We're aiming to improve, Mr. President, delays, and by so doing, bring greater dignity to the experience of citizens who rely on these services. Mr. President, I want to take note of two specific programs. Again, words in action. Mr. President, through CARE TT, the ministry is advancing the digitalization of grant administration. The initiative is strengthening the management of public resources, improving accountability, addressing long-standing issues such as duplication and the improper receipt of multiple benefits by persons. So, Mr. President, these are early stages, but they are practical stages. And the goal, one of the goals of this ministry is a collaborative approach, what we call an all-of-government approach to building a more functional, lean, cost-efficient, and certainly a digital government. All citizens, Mr. President, will benefit from this. I want to highlight in particular our partnerships with OpenAI, Grammarly, where we are harnessing the power of AI to improve service delivery, strengthen decision-making across government, and, of course, deliver smarter, more efficient solutions to our people. AI, Mr. President, is a defining force in this action. Mr. President, the government has established strong and dependable AI governance frameworks to foster meaningful partnerships with stakeholders. I would go to say, Mr. President, that in the WEF Future of Jobs, which includes those with disabilities, it reveals a net increase of over 78 million jobs by 2030, an unprecedented demand for technology and generative AI skills. These roles, Mr. President, will demand higher order capabilities such as analytic thinking, creative problem solving, technology literacy, and our investment in training for a Trinidad and Tobago that is future ready. So, Mr. President, today and tomorrow and many days to follow, it will be easier than ever for citizens to access essential services, and challenges which some may see as trivial, but what colleagues who are differently able experience on a day-to-day basis. The digitization of these services would also support our friends and colleagues. This is what inclusive governance is all about. Mr. President, we are doing work that will expand learning and opportunity through virtual platforms, allowing citizens to participate in education, skills development, anywhere across Trinidad and Tobago. In particular, Mr. President, the government is moving towards expanding artificial intelligence centers to bring technology closer to the people who need it most. No longer, Mr. President, will persons like my friend across the floor have to venture and journey into the capital to access information, technical capability, services of any kind from a government. Mr. President, this is important because we are meeting the people where they are. So, Mr. President, I say to you that this is a government that is extending compassion to the most vulnerable. And don't take my word for it, Mr. President. Go on to our platforms, look for updates, especially in the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, and you would see for yourself, Mr. President, the active engagement that this government has been undertaken. So today, Mr. President, I'm quite proud of the work that has been started, that has commenced over the last year. Mr. President, we are not starting from nothing. The work has already begun. And I want to give all citizens the assurance that no one will be left behind. No one. And so, Mr. President, I have about 40 more pages left here. Read them. But I won't delay the proceedings, Mr. President. But I may make a consideration for Senator Murray. Safe to say, Mr. President, this is a motion that we, the government, we support. We are grateful for the intervention of Senator Lalite-Ettienne. We are grateful for the intervention of others across the floor, and of course, we are grateful for the work that has been pioneered by our own member, our MP for Chaguanas East, Vandana Mohit. And we are proud of the work, not only that we're doing, Mr. President, but the work that we will also complete. Mr. President, I leave the opposition with one word, one phrase. The only disability in life is a bad attitude. And I say to them, and I encourage them, to have a good attitude as we continue this debate. Let us build, Mr. President, strengthen what we have before us, confront what remains to be done, because every citizen deserves our best efforts. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you sincerely, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to, first of all, say thank you to the Honourable Senator Lalite-Ettienne on tabling of this motion. Mr. President, I don't know if the viewing world, listening world, reading world understands the mover of this motion's circumstances in this House. To have to stand, pilot a motion effortlessly, make proper and involved references to law, to international conventions, not even with the aid of a digital clock advising as to how much time she has left, or with the prompts that each of us take for granted. And therefore, I say this not out of anything other than pure admiration to the Honourable Senator, because having a mind that is able to capture every detail of an argument without the aid of what we take as for granted, meaning paper and cues, is certainly an Herculean task, and I start off by commending her for her courage and ability. Mr. President, I think we all have great care and compassion for the nobility of this motion. Senator Smith spoke a short while ago, the Honourable Minister, about the government's support for this motion. But perhaps he was away at the time when his colleague, Senator Vandana Mohit, specifically said that the motion, as it related to the development of a national policy within the time frame called for by the motion, was not supported. So I'd encourage the learned senator to perhaps have a word with his colleague, who he gave a considerable amount of praise in the course of his contribution, to have that support for this motion, because this motion calls for two things. One, the motion calls for a strategic plan to be produced. That was the aspect that the Honourable Minister Vandana Mohit refused to support. And secondly, this motion calls for a legal framework to be produced, both within 12 months. Now, this motion is grounded in international convention and law. The fact is that Trinidad and Tobago is a dualist legal destination. Law does not become law that is international in nature unless we bring it into our local context by a mechanism of law. We bring it as a rule, a regulation, an act of parliament. We can sign an international convention, we can ratify an international convention, but it does not become part of the laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago unless we bring it into law by an act of parliament or other statutory instrument. It is a fact that we have signed 3 conventions in particular that are extremely relevant to this debate. The first one is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We signed that in September 2007. The second convention is the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We signed that January 12, 1990. The third one was the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which we signed on the 5th of December 1991. Those 3 conventions are, in fact, brought into life in the laws of Trinidad and Tobago in a number of pieces of law. For instance, the supreme law of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, our Constitution, in Section 4, recognizes, as the motion does, that there is equality of treatment, that there is equality of access that is given to everybody that the Constitution touches. And that, informing the supreme law, stands as the guiding principle as to whether we need to amend law or not. But it is a fact that laws such as the Children's Act does bring into form the rights of the children legislation packages. They all bring into form the United Convention on the Rights of the Child. When we look at the Family and Children Division of the Court, when we look at the Equal Opportunities Act and the Equal Opportunities Tribunal, we're bringing into sharp focus the existence of our actual laws in Trinidad and Tobago that say that discrimination against disabilities, persons with disabilities, is prohibited. When we get to the Municipal Corporations Act, and when you get to the Town and Country Planning Act in particular, you will see that those are the operational arms that go to ensuring that persons with disabilities who operate in our built environment are shielded or ought to be shielded from discrimination, ought to be given access, ought to be given equality of treatment. When we go to our Education Act, you will see that that is where you will find the treatment of children as it relates to access and provisions of equality. But when you get to our intellectual property laws, as Senator Vera focused upon, that's where you see another form of rights being granted. When you get to our Mental Health Act, when you get to our regional corporation, regional authorities legislation, those statutory bodies that work in tandem with the Ministry of Health, that is where you see our laws grounding the practical consequences of some of what this motion touches upon. Of course, you have the Judicial Review Act, which allows, both in Section 14 of the Constitution and the Judicial Review Act, your ability to challenge the state and public authorities in relation to issues of equality and access. So, on the one hand, I say to the Honourable Mover of the motion, yes, there is a need for legislative reform. Yes, we can, in particular, and I'll come to this, come to a specific piece of law, one parent piece of law that can treat with the issue of access from the differently abled to the state and to the private sector. But let's start off by acknowledging that there is a dearth of legislation. There are existing laws which definitely take us to compliance. Specifically, the Constitution, Section 4, and the Equal Opportunities legislation. Specifically, direct reference to the law existing. Question is law enough? Question is, do we go on an excursion to actually bring laws? And do we explain ourselves as an opposition today for the 10 years whilst we had control of the government in relation to this issue? Senator Smith said, quite forcefully, that you could list out 10 years and tell me what has been done, and then he went on to simply say precious little was done. Well, I beg to differ. Because in the practical groundings of what this government is called upon to do by this motion, we must acknowledge the fundamental reforms in law and in practice which happened in the last 10 years. Let us, for instance, immediately look to one of the provisions that the United Nations Convention on Disabilities says. Now, the United Nations Convention on Disabilities, as a groundwork for this motion, has two parts to it. If you look at Articles 1 to 33, those are the elements of law that you must touch. But if you look at Articles 34 to 50 of that Disabilities Convention, That deals with issues relating to implementation and administration. So the very international law, which countries in the Caribbean are urged to adopt into a model law, and I'll come to that in a moment, cleaves the technical existence of law from the practical operation and implementation. And in answer to Senator Smith, I must say, when you go to the features of access to justice for persons with disabilities, the implementation of the Family and Children Division, the Criminal Division, as anchors for the separation of the Civil Division, those are access to justice issues for differently abled persons achieved. When you look to the introduction of the entire revamping of the judicial system with the use of technology, differently abled persons are now, as a matter of law and guarantee, permitted the ability to attend virtually wherever they may be, from their bedrooms, from a hospital, from the back of a car. When you look to the opening of judicial access centers, when you look to the regulations for electronic filing of documents, electronic payments, you see that there has been a radical transformation of the access to justice, including access to justice for persons with disabilities. When you look to the fact that in those 10 years, while those umpteen amendments were going on, including amendments to 53 laws in the children's package to ensure that children in conflict with the law were given proper treatment, and that includes children in conflict with the law with disabilities or who are differently abled, that is not a simple process of achievement. But perhaps Senator Smith forgets that it was persons like now Minister of Defense Wayne Sturge, then as Attorney at Law, who challenged all of those laws to see them struck down as it relates to material parts of those laws. For instance, the rules of court, etc. The payments into court, where persons who are the beneficiaries of court orders for maintenance, for disability grants, etc., would receive their money electronically. It was the now government as opposition that challenged those laws. Senator Smith seems to have a short memory, or maybe wasn't aware that his colleagues that he praises so highly today engaged in that conduct. When we get to access to health, which persons with different abilities and who are differently able need to have as a core underwriting pin of the Disabilities Convention, Articles 1 to 33, it was the administration of the electronic appointment systems in the COVID structure, the use of public health regulations, the creation of mass vaccination centers, including provisions for persons with different abilities and differently abled persons. Those were all implemented. When we go to the Marrakesh Convention in Intellectual Property, which I had the pleasure of piloting, which introduced 500,000 books to persons who were visually disabled or print disabled. Let me repeat that. 500,000 publications to an entire cohort of persons with different abilities and different circumstances. That is no small measure, Mr. President. The reading impaired, the use of audio books so that you're not breaching copyright by having a braille book or an audio book, so that you can have what we call the ABCs, Mr. President. None of that happened anywhere other than in the last 10 years. So I really take Senator Smith's recommendation that precious little was done to perhaps mean precious little attention was given on his part. And I'm sure it wasn't deliberate on his part. He just didn't know. But today I say, to put that record correct, in supporting this motion, starting off with what actually exists. There are significant things that exist in our society. Part of the contribution that I will go to now is what exists. What next can we do to improve this situation? And how do we see that happen? Mr. President, when we go to law, I'd like to say, and perhaps the Honorable Attorney General will make use of this, in my time I instructed the Law Reform Commission to produce a disabilities bill. I was working in tandem with several governments in the Caribbean. I had the pleasure of receiving, and the Law Commission will have it, a special template for legislation to protect persons with disabilities in the Caribbean. It's a paper by Senator Floyd Morris, PhD, Director, UE Campus for Disability Studies. All of the parameters for disability legislation were considered. There does exist a matrix showing a comparison between the rights of disabled persons as are protected under the Convention and rights protected under our legislation and Constitution. It is a document that is some 94 pages long, where we did a full comparison of the Convention requirements against what is required by law in terms of amendments. And in that, a draft piece of legislation has found its way forward, and perhaps the best form of draft legislation, which I'd like to spend a little time on, that exists in the CARICOM right now, is the Barbados legislation. It is that of the 15th of January 2025. It is called, it's some 91 sections long. It is a bill which was presented, now an act to provide certain rights to persons living with disabilities for promotion and protection of full equal enjoyment of rights, for the elimination of discrimination on the basis of disability, for the welfare and rehabilitation of persons with disabilities, and to provide for related matters. Now, this legislation, which one has access to as being out of the templated kind of legislation, joining other jurisdictions such as Jamaica and others, 6 other jurisdictions, this legislation in the CARICOM has significant consequences. One might be tempted in the immediate reflection on the Barbados law to say, aha, they've got it all, and we should just copy and paste it. But when you look to what the Barbados law proposes, it's an act that binds the state, as any development of law that Senator Etienne in her motion proposes ought to. There are guiding principles. It involves an administrative section where it creates a social empowerment agency which deals with complaints and investigations, which employs alternative dispute resolution. It allows for assistance with complaints to persons who are differently able having assistance for them in high court proceedings. It involves a disability rights tribunal being established. You can stick a pin and look to our Equal Opportunities Tribunal, and you look to our commission as well, how our parents goes there. But when it comes to rights of persons with disabilities, these rights, which exist in the matrix produced in Trinidad and Tobago at the Law Reform, right here in Trinidad and Tobago, these rights include things like protection from discrimination, protection from victimization, which one can argue exists in our equal opportunities legislation. It deals with protection against exploitation and abuse. But when it gets to education, employment, healthcare, social protection, accommodation and premises, public buildings, facilities and transportation, sport and culture and recreation access, participation in public affairs, communication, financial affairs, the legal system, and then miscellaneous, all of it proposes mandatory implementation in the public and private sector to accommodate within a 3-year period from commencement the build-out of physical access, the build-out of guarantees for minimum quota for persons who are differently abled, the build-out of mandatory retrofit of premises, including communication methodologies within a 3-year period. All of that looks really good. The question is, how do we pay for it and how do we enforce it? because it's a good example. When we go to how do we pay for it, in Trinidad and Tobago, it must be noted, Senator Smith sought to give us an aha of his colleague, the Honourable Minister Vandana Mohit, saying how well the Honourable Minister has done in his opinion, that the Honourable Minister should be complimented for supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare, for supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Institute that deals with persons with hearing difficulties, etc. Perhaps Senator Smith is not aware that happens every single year for decades. That is not something new. Maybe it is new for the Honourable Senator, but having provided $15 million and $12 million, go and check the books of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry with responsibility for the people now, called Social Development before, that ministry has received, together with the Office of the Prime Minister, anywhere close to $8 to $10 billion a year, because Trinidad and Tobago provides significant public sector support for persons with difficulties and persons with disabilities. There is the disability grant. There are other forms of assistance in rental assistance, etc. There are programs, there's educational assistance, there is the support of DRECHI, there's the support of the Blind Welfare Association, there's the support analysis, there's public transportation support. All of that exists. Senator Smith should be aware that Minister Mohit doesn't need a medal for doing the job of a minister who has done the same job for decades. The point is, I think Senator Lalit's motion is that people seem to think that we need to do more, that perhaps the dollar spend is not efficient, that perhaps there is a better need for organization of resources. And that is why the policy for the implementation of this is so sensible a policy as the Honourable Senator Lalit has proposed. And even though Minister Vandana Mohit does not support the use of a policy, perhaps one can take comfort that the national policy on persons with disabilities already exists if it has not been thrown away. It was done by then Minister with responsibility for social development, Cherry Ann Coburn, and it was repeated by ministers after. So the PNM left a policy. That policy is in existence. That policy has gone through all of the iterations of support required: equality and non-discrimination legislation, women with disabilities, children with disabilities, awareness raising, accessibility, situations of risk and humanitarian emergencies, health, work and employment, adequate standard of living and social protection, participation in cultural life, recreation, leisure support. It has gone into a scrubbing of what is required from the physical and built environment, from the intellectual environment, from the ICT environment. It actually exists right now. Now, obviously, anybody with a modicum of sense will say, well, if you have that, why you didn't do it? And that is where we come to whether there is need for more legislation, Barbados style, or what was the process being done in the last 10 years to get you to a place where you can demand and actually see that every pavement has wheelchair access. Or you can demand and actually see that people won't have difficulties in traversing our walkways and our pavements, people who are differently abled, persons who have visual impairment. How do you get there? To get there, our government took the policy of local government reform. Our government took the policy of the introduction of a property tax, where that tax would go to the regional corporations. Our government took the policy of income coming by a revenue authority, so that there would be greater and fairer share of access and contribution in the revenue generation. Our government sought to have those things paid for. Now, Senator Lalit is right. We have a situation in this country. How do we treat with the realities of what's happening? The government has been in place nearly for a year. Let's call it a year. If this government was so hard at work, and if things were in place, why would there be a headline quoting now from the Sunday Express, Sunday, 22nd March 2026. Crumbling pavements and missing lights leave residents in danger. It says, look down, not up. And there are stories of people in central Trinidad who have fallen into manholes, tripped on pavements, suffered major injury. So if the relief was coming so quickly, Senator Smith, in quote-unquote UNC heartland areas, because this is in central Trinidad, why would the Express be telling us, look down, not up? If the point that I'm making, which is that you must have a method to pay for the mandatory provisions, Barbados says every public building, every sidewalk must have wheelchair access, must have persons with disability accommodated. Barbados goes so far in its legislation that I've referred you to say that rental of homes have to have access, that private places that are owned privately but have access to the public must have similar amenities. But how do you pay for it? When in our case, according to Senator Smith, things are so great, having met the people on the road, having heard what they had to say, you take the budget of PNM-led corporations, you slash them to 1/4 of what they're supposed to get for the public sector investment program, you double the UNC corporations, but in the UNC corporations you're told, look down, not up, because 1 year later, they're still crumbling pavements. So sincere is my learned friend, Senator Smith, eloquent gentleman, sharp gentleman. So sincere is he. He says that we care about the people. But Mr. President, you must know that part of the social program for elimination of persons with disability complications in life and in observance of the Convention Against All Forms of Discrimination Against Women included the URP Women's Program. All of that is gone. All. Grass 12 feet high in the country. The place has been referred to as a dump by the Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, no less a person. So if this is such a glorious, welcoming sort of approach, wonderful spokesman for the government, sharp, eloquent, finessed, telling us all of this is working, then why is this the situation, Mr. President? It cannot be that we can achieve compliance with laws of the type that Barbados is perhaps a model of if we cannot afford the remedies and improvements, Mr. President. We need to afford it. If the access was so important, why have all of the programs that were under the management of Senator Foster Cummings, all of the programs that treat with earning a living, micro-employment, all of those programs have been shut down. Must hype all of those events, because how does a person with different abilities earn a living? How do you get to that point of having the income to afford what Senator Simmons told us earlier, Joan Simmons? Children who have learning disabilities, ADHD, other forms of learning disabilities, who have to have requirements of assessment. How do you afford the assessment? Is that why our society is seeing a circumstance like this? Perhaps it is. But the truth is, you need to be able to afford a living, Mr. President. So I humbly recommend to the honorable members of the government who are charged, if this motion carries, with the responsibility of developing a policy, which clearly there is no agreement on in the government. The minister with responsibility for the people says no. Senator Smith says yes. We don't quite know what the answer is. First thing I'd recommend is let's get the story straight. Let's agree on the policy. Perhaps the leader of government business, Senator Allaha, will lift the whip and we'll see what the votes really are. Secondly, with respect to the legislation, there is a matrix that exists. The policy considerations are in writing, but we have to look to Articles 33 34 to 50 of the Disabilities Convention, and we have to figure out how are you implementing the law. You cannot implement safe sidewalks, safe payments, if you give the city of Port of Spain received $4 million to do all, let me repeat that, all of its public sector investment program works. One retaining wall in Cocorite is $15 million from a massive landslide. How can $4 million fix the pavements in the capital city? It is impossible. If that is the case, how are you raising the revenue for it? Is it sufficient that the revenue is the landlord tax? No problems. It's commendable. It's targeted. I have no problems with it. Is it that we ought to go for a base equitable spread in the oil and gas sector? Should we be looking to transfer pricing, which the Ministry of Finance would have dealt with through the Revenue Authority, because that's gone? Are we going to go to the fact that we have property tax in this country in respect of different typologies? There's commercial, there's industrial, there's residential, there's vacant lots. How do we afford
Mr. President, I
this?
rise on Standing Order 46-1. The goodly senator has now drifted off into all sorts of things which have nothing to do with the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to sustain that. And I ask you to come back to the motion that is before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will therefore stop answering Senator Smith, because these are the points raised by him. I'm guided by you, but perhaps it's sufficient that I've answered his conversation on community centers and ICT and meeting the people and making sure that things are done. So maybe it is when he stepped out of the room he didn't hear himself. But I'm guided.
Senator, you have a tendency, and you have enough experience. If I rule, you press on. Continue.
From the best, Mr. President. Thank you very much. I had many years of watching very excellent senators take guidance.
Take a seat. If you continue ignoring my rulings, I will bypass you and go to the next speaker.
As you please, Mr. President.
No, I have warned you. Just move on. I don't want you to give me no trimmings. Please, just move on.
Thank you. As I continue to comply with your ruling, Mr. President, which I thank you for, and enjoying the privilege of the Parliament, Mr. President, where I am allowed the privilege to contribute. So, Mr. President, this motion on different ability assurances, in my opinion, reading the language of the motion, which calls for a policy consideration, and in looking at the Convention on Disabilities, Articles 1 to 33, and perhaps I ought to, by way of assistance to those paying attention, include what the grounds of the Convention are, because it's in the motion and therefore relevant to it. First of all, awareness, Article 8 of the Disabilities Convention. Awareness for persons with capability and different abilities in society. Accessibility, as it is related in Article 9. Equal access to the physical environment and removing physical barriers, but also the ability to access, such as our pavements, such as our recreation grounds, such as the access to avoiding injuries by people falling into potholes. Access to the built environment, Article 9, which speaks to how you afford the built environment, Mr. President, coming from the Disabilities Convention. Very relevant in my mind, how we are going to pay for this, and I come to that point in relation to the payment by way of the only way that you can pay for it, which is taxation. How do you pay for taxation that you don't have? How do you deal with funding the billions of dollars that the Ministry of the People now spends? Let me continue. Access to housing. That is again in Articles 9 and 10. access to technical aids and equipment, again from the convention. But let's take a pin there and stick it. Let us look to the fact in Senator Smith saying how caring the government is. They've met people everywhere, every street corner, everywhere on the road, how caring this government is. When we go again to a publication appearing in the newspapers, and if I may, Mr. President, it is the Daily Express, Friday, 6th March 2026 at page 3. Tutor President calls for rehiring of student support staff. That doesn't sound to me to be caring. The student support staff that are there to be of assistance to persons, including children with difficulties in learning, well within the definition of disabilities, which includes the psychosocial, the mental, the other learning difficulties. All of these are disabilities, but so caring is the government, according to Senator Smith. So many accolades that the article just above that, in the same expression of the Express, says, warning of expulsions as Education Minister sees uptick in violence inside classroom. PM, get serious. So in the motion here, we see different abilities coming to the fore. We see that there is a problem with the access to these services, and there is a question as to how we pay for this. But there is a consequence to this all, Mr. President, because in the dismissal or in the failure to hire student assistants, children with different abilities cannot receive the attention that the Disabilities Convention requires. It cannot achieve the purpose of the equal opportunities legislation. It cannot meet the requirements of Section 4 of the Constitution, which requires equal access to public services and to public authorities. So I hope that this is of assistance to my dear friend Senator Smith as he carries this news back to Senator Mohit, to Minister Mohit, to try and encourage her to support the need for the policy. Very important that we agree on that point, Senator Smith, through you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, when we get to the further articles and we look to the personal mobility, this is in Article 20 of the United Nations Convention, highlights the need for measures to be put in place to facilitate the personal mobility of persons with disabilities. I couldn't help but notice, as I compliment now Senator Kyron James on his maiden contribution, I noted in particular the observations he made of a public official, widely carried in the papers and elsewhere, who took it upon himself to park in a disabled spot and then came into focus the issue of persons with access to different abilities. Today in the Express, in its editorial, I noted that there was a very interesting piece. And that Express today highlighted why it is that people ought to have care in observing the law. Now, Mr. President, I'm sure that you know when we're dealing with persons with difficulties, in answer to Senator Smith about precious little being done, I don't consider it precious little that legal notice in 2024 saw the publication of the motor vehicle and road traffic regulations issued pursuant to Section 100 of the Act. I don't think it insignificant that the law in these regulations says a person who is not the holder of a disability parking permit shall not stop, leave, stand, or park a vehicle in a disability parking zone unless that person is transporting a person who is the holder of a disability parking permit. Nor do I consider that a breach of that law is an offense and you're liable to a fine of $5,000. Nor do I consider that that is insignificant when the fixed penalty notice for that is $2,500. Mr. President, I have run afoul of rules and regulations under the COVID public health ordinance. You may recall, in an event which I thought was something that was permitted event, I didn't wear a mask. Rightly in public condemnation, I was called out. Yeah, I was there with Roger Alexander, as he then was, right next to me, attempting to make sure that we brought some relief to Trinidad and Tobago. We, then Officer Alexander, Roger Alexander, and I, and Voice, we didn't wear our masks as we should have. What did we do, Mr. President? I gave a public apology. I said that I was wrong, as often I do. At times when I find myself called out for something that I didn't think of was right, you have to say you're wrong. I respectfully say that a PR stunt to issue a check, giving the check in the same car park,
Mr. President,
literally the pictures giving a car park check.
I think you have 30 seconds to wrap up, so I'll allow you to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not good enough. Giving a check in a car park, which is a disabled car park,
Mr. President,
is not good enough.
46-1.
Okay. I don't think I allowed Senator Kyron James to speak on that issue, but if anyone wants to speak on the issue, you can bring a private member's motion, a substantive motion, to deal with the conduct, the behavior, reflections on the character of the particular minister. But I don't think we should do it in an ordinary debate. I now recognize Senator Dr. Marlene Attzs.
Thank you, Mr. President. And when the motion by my colleague was first moved in November, I believe I was on leave from the chamber. So I didn't have the benefit of hearing the motion being piloted and some of the initial contributions. So it gave me some time to visit the records, visit the Hansard, and get a sense of what transpired on that first occasion. But I was also able to benefit on February 24th to the several contributions. When we started today, Mr. President, you indicated that to date, on the last two occasions, there were a total of 13 speeches, and we're still counting. I think that in itself speaks to how important those of us who've contributed in this chamber consider this particular motion, and I think we speak on behalf of the listening and viewing public generally, but I think we also speak on behalf of all of those persons who are disabled citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and who I think are welcoming the conversations that we're having on the various contributions. From the outset, let me put it on the record that I consider this a worthy motion, and I wish to lend it my full support, even as I add a few reflections. The motion, as I understand it, is calling for a comprehensive national strategic plan, inclusive of a legislative framework, to help us eliminate barriers to social and economic exclusion so that every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, including those who are disabled, can self-actualize and can have the opportunity to fully develop themselves in our country. Mr. President, there are a couple of strands to my contribution, and the first area that I wish to point out is that I want to suggest that this motion is not merely about social policy. It is really what I would want to call a structural development issue, meaning disability inclusion or exclusion goes to the very heart of the architecture of how our economy is supposed to function. Structural issues such as the disability issue that we're addressing this evening, they're not temporary problems. They are embedded in systems and ultimately can determine how people participate in our economy, how they self-actualize, how they access education, how they access infrastructure, whether they can accumulate assets, and whether they can move about freely in public spaces. It also determines who has access to justice and ultimately who has the opportunity to contribute to national productivity. And I note that Senator Jones made this point in his maiden contribution, so I also wish to take the opportunity to congratulate him on his maiden contribution and for sharing. Senator James, sorry, my apologies, the J's got me for a moment. Senator James, congratulate him on his maiden and for the handsomeness, and for also sharing so candidly with the population his lived experience. Mr. President, if a segment of the population is systematically excluded because infrastructure is inaccessible, transportation is inadequate, digital platforms are unusable, or institutions are insensitive, that isn't just an oversight, it is a manifestation of what I call structural exclusion, and it speaks to our development as a country. Too often, disability policy is treated as a specialized or siloed matter, confined to one ministry, one unit, one program. But disability, is not a sector. It is a cross-cutting reality that intersects with health, with housing, with education, with the labor market, with transportation, with digital transformation, with national security, and with urban planning. Mr. President, I respectfully suggest that what is required is mainstreaming and that we seek to embed disability policy, not append it to government policy. So when the Ministry of Works designs infrastructure, accessibility must be embedded at the design stage, not retrofitted as an afterthought. When housing, the Ministry of Housing allocates units, disability responsive design, engineering adaptations, and appropriate fixtures must be standard, not optional add-ins. And I recently participated in the CPA's UK 74th Westminster seminar. And on one of the sessions looking at inclusivity, including disabilities, etc., the contribution from one of the Commonwealth partners was that in some jurisdictions, you are required to have a quota of housing that is specifically outfitted for disabled persons, so lower lighting, larger bathrooms, etc., etc. So when we talk about disability policy in Trinidad and Tobago, I think we really need to talk about how do we embed that as part and parcel of our policy and how do we mainstream. This evening, in his contribution, Senator Smith spoke about some of the government's initiatives in terms of expenditures, and I went back to the Hansard and I looked at Minister Mohit's contribution from November 26, 2025, and in her contribution, the Honourable Minister mentioned that in terms of disability grants, disability support grants, a total of approximately $623 million was expended in fiscal 2025 between grants for adults and grants for minors. And that is commendable. But I respectfully suggest that the issue before us is not whether programs exist and there is expenditure, but whether there is inclusion and whether that inclusion has been institutionalized as a whole of government responsibility. Mr. President, the second area of my contribution that I wish to share is based on research done in 2023 and 2025 by colleagues from the University of the West Indies in collaboration with the Women's Institute for Alternative Development, WINAD. WINAD, during what they call these conversations with women living with disabilities, in their research, it became abundantly clear that there is a wide spectrum of disabilities and vulnerabilities that vary among female participants who supported WINAD in this research. So this range of disabilities and vulnerabilities identified during those conversations include physical disabilities, sensory disabilities, intellectual disabilities, psychosocial disabilities, and acquired disabilities through accident, illness, or violence. Based on the range of disabilities and vulnerabilities, the lived experiences differ dramatically. Women living with disabilities shared with WINAD some specific realities that a technocratic, one-size-fits-all policy cannot adequately address. Some of these specific realities shared by women living with disabilities include fear and vulnerability in communities affected by gun violence, the inaccessibility of police stations and reporting mechanisms. We heard conversations around sign language access, different kinds of disabilities, the inability of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to use sign language, for example, and the physical inaccessibility of police buildings. But one of the things that was also identified as a vulnerability by these women living with disabilities is the risk of being dependent on an abuser to physically access a police station. So imagine you're being abused, but you really have no one to call on. And I think Senator James made the point of having to rely on the support of loved ones, family, friends, to help you do some things that, really the rest of us take for granted as we navigate this space. In 2025, WINAD also conducted these conversations with women living with disabilities. And some of the issues raised in 2025, there were the 2023 issues, but some of the issues raised in 2025 included lack of accessible transportation, being denied taxi services, the high cost of private transportation, which if you don't have access to public transportation, you have to hire someone to hire you private transportation, and that comes with a cost, the mental health burdens associated with trauma and isolation, the tying of disabled women's tubes without consultation, and relatedly, reproductive health discrimination, child sexual abuse disproportionately affecting girls living with disabilities, the need for trauma-informed counseling, and the need for safe spaces to speak freely. Mr. President, these testimonies from women living with disabilities underscore that if this national strategy is to be rights-based, it cannot be designed in isolation from those who live these realities. There must be extensive consultation that should undergird any national strategic plan to eliminate barriers to social and economic exclusion. Mr. President, the third point I wish to raise is the fact that mainstreaming, as I'm suggesting it, requires disaggregated data on types of disability, gender, geographic location, age, and socioeconomic status. We need data and information on the experiences of a woman who acquired a disability due to gang violence, since those experiences differ from those of a child born with cerebral palsy. And these types of disaggregated data, Mr. President, will help policymakers understand how the vulnerabilities of a deaf woman navigating a police station differ from those of a wheelchair user navigating a hillside community center. Without granular data, we risk designing policy in the dark. In this regard, Mr. President, I acknowledge the important point raised by the Honourable Minister of Health during his contribution on February 24th when he spoke to this motion. The Honourable Minister indicated that much of our current policy discussion is being informed by outdated data. The Minister of Health highlighted that the estimate of 50,000 persons with disabilities often cited in national discussions is derived from data from 2011. And we now await the results, Honourable Minister of Economic Affairs, the results of the 2023 Household Survey, so that we could perhaps obtain more updated and reliable estimates. The Honourable Minister of Health further noted that projections suggest the number of persons living with disabilities may be significantly higher, possibly in the range of 80 to 100,000 persons, and that future projections, including those referenced by the Inter-American Development Bank, indicate that disability prevalence across the Caribbean, including Trinidad and Tobago, is likely to increase over time due to factors such as population aging and the rising incidence of chronic, non-communicable diseases. Projections suggest that by 2050, as many as 1 in 5 persons in the region could be living with some form of disability. These projections are useful planning signals because they give us the opportunity to recognize that disability inclusion is not a peripheral issue. It is a demographic reality that must be incorporated into national development planning. Mr. President, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge and commend the Minister of Health during his contribution for indicating his ministry's intention to establish a dedicated unit or focal point to address disability inclusion within the health sector. The Honourable Minister indicated that such a unit would serve an important coordinating function, particularly in ensuring that disability considerations are integrated into policy development and that the ministry can effectively liaise with other ministries as government advances a more inclusive policy framework. This is a welcome and necessary step, and I believe, if I recall, the Senate received the minister's commitment very positively. However, I wish to suggest that while the establishment of a focal point within the Ministry of Health is important, disability cannot be treated solely, or ought not to be treated solely, as a health issue. It is a lived reality daily, socially, economically, physically, institutionally, and psychologically. The lived realities I shared from the Winard conversations, transportation denial, inaccessible public offices, lack of shelters, reproductive violations, barriers to employment, are not only clinical concerns, they are governance concerns, development concerns, and human rights concerns. It is therefore my view that we ought to contemplate, as we develop the strategic plan, locating central policy coordination for disabilities within the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, or at a minimum, establishing a formal cross-ministerial mechanism led by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services with representation from health, education, housing, works, national security, labor, digital transformation and planning, and economic affairs. Such an arrangement would not diminish the important role of the Ministry of Health, but rather it would strengthen it by ensuring that the health sector's disability inclusion unit operates within a whole of government framework. I again suggest, Mr. President, that if disability policy remains confined to one ministry, outcomes could remain fragmented. But if disability policy is coordinated across government, outcomes can become structured and embedded and mainstreamed. Mr. President, as I prepared my contribution on this motion, I reflected on some of the ordinary, everyday activities that many of us rarely think about. And Senator James, in his contribution, spoke to some of these through his lived experience. You know, you think about you're walking through a supermarket, you're reaching for an item on a high shelf. I am vertically challenged, so sometimes reaching for an item on a high shelf is really a challenge. You know, you're comparing prices, or you're going into a bank to do a transaction, or for some of our compatriots who are disabled, going into the bank to collect your disability grant. And it occurred to me that for many citizens living with disabilities, these routine tasks can become obstacles that regrettably serve as a daily reminder that our systems were not and are not designed with them in mind. So some of the examples that I give are not simply about public sector examples. If we mainstream disability policy, hopefully it will also make its way into the private sector. So our supermarkets will make changes, our banks will make changes that redound to the benefit of disabled citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So these experiences reinforce the point that inclusion cannot be treated as an afterthought. It must be built into the architecture of our society. And this is why any strategy addressing disability must be embedded, mainstreamed into national policy, and equally important, embedded into our national consciousness. Mr. President, the final area that I wish to contribute on is the unavoidable question of cost, and one or two contributors before me spoke to the issue of cost. Mainstreaming disability comes at a price which we must factor, given the current economic environment. So whether you're retrofitting, whether you're funding shelters for differently abled, whether you're expanding accessible transport, whether you're establishing data systems that disabled persons in our society can access, all of these come at a cost. But there is also a cost of not acting. When women with disabilities cannot access shelters, the cycle of abuse continues. When transport is inaccessible, employment participation declines. When public infrastructure excludes persons with disability, we fall short of the standards of fairness, dignity, and inclusion that we claim to uphold. When children with disabilities are bullied or abused, long-term human capital is lost, and there is the measurable psychosocial cost, which my colleague, Senator Joan Simmons, spoke to in detail. So exclusion carries fiscal, economic, and social costs, while inclusion potentially expands the productive base of the economy. From a development economics perspective, expanding participation increases potential output, and that could only redound to our national benefit. Mr. President, I wish to close by saying what we all wish for Trinidad and Tobago is inclusive development. The consultations conducted by WINAD, some of the results of which I shared today, remind us that lived experience must inform national planning and decision-making. They highlight practical barriers in areas such as access to public infrastructure, transportation, education, employment, and social services. I suggest that we design a strategy that reflects lived reality across the spectrum of disability, and not merely something that is administratively convenient. A national strategic plan to address this motion should therefore recognize the wide spectrum of disabilities, but also conduct extensive consultation with representative groups. We also need the legislative backing, and we need to embed gender-sensitive and trauma-informed approaches to how we treat with disabilities. Without legislative force, Mr. President, inclusion is fragile. Without budgetary commitment, inclusion is hollow. But without genuine consultation, inclusion is incomplete. Mr. President, meaningful inclusion requires structure, resources, and sustained engagement. And it requires that we move beyond intention to full implementation. Mr. President, with those brief remarks, I again commend my colleague, Senator Etienne, for moving this motion, and I thank you for the opportunity to contribute in support of the motion.
Honourable Senators, we will now suspend for tea, and we return at 5:15 p.m. This sitting is now suspended until 5:15 p.m. The Minister, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, Senator David Nakhid.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, there's nothing that jolts you out of your serenity of a month-long fast, a bit of connection with the Almighty God, than a speech from Senator Al-Rawi. The sheer duplicity that he would base 40 minutes on an incorrect premise, that somehow this side, the government side, is not in support of this motion by Senator Lalite-Ettienne. That is completely untrue. Even the Minister of the People, my colleague Senator Mohit, never clearly expressed a lack of support for this motion. She was a bit more nuanced than that. I don't know if he understands the nuance or the ability to be nuanced in her response. She clearly did not appreciate that the motion did not take into account what we in 11 months have already done to forward and to progress what Senator Lalite-Ettienne seeks to bring by this motion. So she was nuanced. She argued that the government supports the spirit and intent of the motion, but a key point was that the motion was essentially unnecessary because everything it calls for is already being done or is in progress. And I will quote, she stated directly, the motion is asking for what is already being worked on and delivered. She pointed to several things expressed by several senators there, including Senator Attzs. She pointed them as evidence. One, the Persons with Disabilities bill already drafted, the $622 million disability grant expenditure, the NTRC Therapeutic Center opening December 1st, which we opened, the IRTT data registry and other initiatives. So her stance was essentially this. We agree with the goals, but you are demanding urgency for what is already being delivered. Rather than voting against the principles of the motion, she was pushing back on the implication, Mr. President, that the government had been inactive or needed to be pressured into action. It's clearly untrue. Her nuanced approach left the door open, not for the interpretation, because we supported her. There's everybody who spoke on this side clearly supported the motion. So we didn't need 40 minutes of a presupposed action by Senator Al-Rawi to make a point that's clearly not there. And that's what the PM done. That's what they do. They come with a presupposed motion and base everything on that. So the mendacity is just piled on by more mendacity. It's clearly not true. We support the motion. What we did not like was that the motion didn't take into account what we did in 11 months, what they didn't do in 10 years. And I'd like to bring up Senator Attzs, who always stresses that she looks into the motion and she researches and she looks at the Hansard, and then she always goes back to that default position that more granular data is needed. But let me tell Senator Attzs, all data analysts would agree that a minimal period for analyzing data, assessing data, having some kind of conclusionary statement about data is about 2 years. We are here 11 months, and she continually asks us, where's the granular data? Or we need to have granular data. Not once did she mention anything about 10 years by the PNM and what the data on them was. Never. Other than that, she basically said and stated what we're in the progress or in the process of doing. I mean, anybody seeing what the Honorable, Minister Mohit has done in 11 months will seriously question the existence of the PNM. It's unbelievable what she has done. I mean, you can't, listen, as my grandfather used to say, you see all the talk about care and love and thing, unless you come up with some finance, keep that to yourself. You understand? Keep that to yourself. The minister expended $622 million that they failed to do. All it was a struggle for grants. When you go by them for grants, PNM, you're not needy, you're greedy. That's their response. They're not needy, they're greedy. They're the ones who cut the autistic grant that the Kamala Prasad government had in action from 2020 to 2015. They're the ones who cut GATE that we were servicing at $726 million every year between 2010 and 2015. You know what they cut it down to? Servicing 58,000 people. They cut it down to the lowest, at the lowest ebb, to $28 million. In that 58 million, in that catchment, we would have socially disabled people. They cut it down to 285 million, servicing 28,000 people. A reduction of 30,000 people, and they want to come here and talk about what we do? Nobody did what Kamala Prasad did. Nobody. They're not even close. They come, and all this, all of this, and they want to do these things in my area. They come and they turn they turn the sod. They turn the sod for a place for the homeless, right there, Besson Street. They just come and they turn that, one set of photo ops, tell everybody, what they go and deal with the problem of the homeless, the problem of the socially disabled. We will put some here on the first 2-3 floors, we will put some up. All kind of impractical solutions. I ain't heard none of them talk about that. I hear none of them, because they go and mix the homeless with the socially. There's a completely different sector, a completely different set of people they're dealing with. But they were put on the first 3 floors, I can remember. The first 3 floors, you will put the homeless, and the next 3 floors, you will put the differently able. One set of madness coming out of the PNM mouth. Back in the day, I want to come and talk about what we have done in 11 months. Listen, I do not know, but I know why Senator Al-Rawi run out the chamber. Because you know how to deal with him. The man talk about potholes, he talk about roads, the pavement, people can look up, they look down. I wonder who was looking up and down on that CPET board when he manipulated the board for $1.4 billion. Who was looking up and down? This man, the shame, I don't know. Really and truly, I always say this from a family. Like people who have one set of money, their threshold for shamelessness is a different threshold than me. Because if you could come here and talk about this government, when you try to manipulate our board, allegedly with one set of mandation propositions, he mentioned CPEP, by the way.
One, please. Of CPEP on the board, please.
Well, continue, please.
We brought in the Honorable Senator Al-Rawi before scuttling out of the chamber. Before scuttling out of the chamber, he mentioned CPEP, so I just rebutted him. Talk all kind of thing. But try to give contractors 1.4 billion. You know what we could have done with 1.4 billion? How much pothole and pavement and all of that? How many homes we could have built for the differently able? I mean, the hypocrisy of them. This is a bill, a motion that we appreciate from the Honorable Senator Lalite-Ettienne. Because it deals with the value of human life. It elevates it. It's appropriate. We recommend it, we support it. That is it. If you come and give us recommendations of how we can consolidate things here and there, we have no problem. But don't come and try and tell us we didn't do this and we didn't do that in 11 months. When we show you all the care we have taken by the expenditure we've done that you all didn't do for 10 years. We will not allow your threshold of shamelessness to affect this country anymore. We will not allow it, the PNM. Or they have no shame, the audacity to come here and talk to us about that. Senator Al-Rawi said, we had a plan and a policy. Them always have some plan. PNM always have a plan. You always have a plan for something, a policy for something. This government implements policy. And that is what Senator Mohit has done in 11 short months. PNM failed to implement the updated national policy of 2019. The National Policy for Persons with Disabilities was updated in 2019. They failed to put it into action during the remaining 6 years, 2019 to 2025. Why? All they care, all they care, all they just come here and talk about how much they care. You know. Why they do it in 6 years? 11 months we start the process, but you all come in to try and put us like our backs are against the wall. Or they're not bright enough, or they haven't done enough in 10 years, to be honest. You all haven't done enough. He even mentioned, the Honorable Senator Al-Rawi, he mentioned how they were doing this and bring up Senator Cummins. Why you want to put Senator Foster Cummins in that? Why you opening up the door on Senator Foster Cummins here? I have a whole file on that. What program he come with? Caravan program? The man trying to be under the radar as much as possible. So I feel he gets set up. But I'll leave that for now. That coming soon. Obviously, the disconnect, Mr. President, is clearly between. If they can't deliver a letter to the former. So if you can't deliver a letter in somebody's hand, and have the man looking like he outside the party.
This portion of the contribution, please.
Yeah. I think he's responding. Continue, please.
I and all started to feel sorry for the man. I have a good idea. It was the month of Ramadan, and the sympathy kicking. And the man begging, him get the man invitation, let's set up the man, Peter, if only want the man around, tell him don't come around. Anyway, PNM business is PNM business. At the business of the people, you have been in power for 52 years. You have not improved accessibility to infrastructure for the socially disabled. You have not. Differently able, you have not. My heart, my empathy went out to Senator Kyron James because all the difficulties that he described in his life were created by you all. PNM do him that, or they do all their own people that. And it's not lost on me that never you would hear the independent senators, and I'll deal with all you, except maybe one or two, who will criticize the PNM for the lack of inaction in 10 years. Never. It's always the UNC, they pay 10 but. The UNC did this, but. What but? What but? Let's be honest. Senator, the Honorable Minister Vandana Mohit is in the process of doing something that's quite noble. She's doing something that we have not seen. And she didn't even come with rhetoric, you know. She didn't come with rhetoric, aka PNM. We're going to do this, we could have do that, the old Negro spiritual. I'm gonna reach her. No, she came and she told them, this is what she has done. And they discounted it. Mr. President, and they tried to discount that. I don't know how else to deal with these people. Instead of saying, well done, thank you very much, UNC, thank you, Kamala Prasad-Bissessa, the greatest Prime Minister the country has ever seen. They come with one set of duplicitous nonsense. Nonsense. Mr. President, of note, to tell you how serious this government is. Do you know, Mr. President, I did not know this. I got this information, you know, Nakhid don't lie at all. At all. That's why I can't get sued. This was given to me by my homeboy, the Honorable Candice Robertson. Do you know, Mr. President, this government is so serious about the differently abled and improving their lot in life that we signed a $550 million, homeboy? Yeah. $550 million social grant between the TTMB, the Mortgage Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the IDB, the Inter-American Development. You know what to do? For the socially displaced, the differently abled, for better gender equality, gender inclusion. We signed that last year, you know. We're not standing on pomp and ceremony. We moving, you know. We in action. We waiting there instead of talk, we're going and do this and we're going to do. We're doing it. And that's the only problem that the Honorable Minister Mohit had with the motion. That it failed to recognize that what we already put in place, $550 million signed between the TTMB and the Inter-American Development to improve the people that we came here in this motion about. Did they know that? I know the PNM know that. They're not too bright on that side. Unfortunately, not too bright. You have a section for them? No, I don't think so. Mr. President, I'm being encouraged here to talk about something I don't want to get into. I will not mention how Balize House was built, no. And how that money possibly could have gone to be helping the differently able. You don't think so? How many? As a matter of fact, we are intent, Kamala Prasad-Bissessa is intent to turn that house built on whatever it was built on, and whoever built it, we're going to turn that house into a house for the differently able people out there. The top floor will be named the Ken Valley Penthouse. Do with that all they want. Yeah, you know. Anyway, let me leave that right where it is. Do you know, Mr. President, that the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessa was given a grant per term, per student, for every differently abled student in our private schools that cater towards the differently able of $2,500 from 20 per term from 2011 to 2015. You know what the PNM did? What the PNM does, any policy, any implementation policy that does well for this country, for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they cut it. They cut it. Imagine how many parents who are already burdened who already have the task of trying to raise kids differently able in a society that they never catered for 53 years, now have to go and find another $2,500 per term per student. Imagine how many people they excluded from the mainstream of society by doing what they did. It's a shameless bunch of people. A shameless bunch of people. All they should do is keep quiet, let us talk what we had to talk, acknowledge what we did, and applaud us at the end. But no, they want to double down. They do this, they do that. You all did nothing. You all did nothing, and is recognized as nothing. All you all could hope for is to try and change the narrative. That's what the PNM does, Mr. President. They do nothing, and then come with a narrative and get the support. Mainstream media, radio stations, television stations. That ain't working here. Not with this UNC. We learn all they know. You're all not only useless, your time has expired. What do young people say? All they have become dated. What do they say? All they dated. PNM dated.
Don't say that there's plenty dating was in the cabinet.
Mr. President, I didn't intend to be long. I just wanted to point out the continuous duplicity, inconsistencies, mendacity, hypocrisy. Anything that you could tell, any acceptable parliamentary invective that you could bring about this government should be allowed. Because really and truly, this is something to be taken seriously. I, in my own particular style, might introduce a bit of jocularity, but the point remains the same. There's an excellence motion that we support. The government has shown what we have done, what we intend to do, how we intend to keep bringing it forward, and making sure that we bring all our people into the space of Trinidad and Tobago, where we all deserve, not just for the 1% drug financiers, not just for the people who benefit millions and millions of dollars in rent, but for the people who truly need, because society, as we know, is considered a forward-thinking society when we value each and every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this private motion, which calls on the government to deepen its commitment to equality, dignity, and inclusion for persons living with disabilities. Mr. President, as a responsible government, we fully support this motion. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation is already advancing this agenda through action, targeted investment, and improved service delivery. But, Mr. President, before I continue with my contribution, I would like to just respond to Senator Candice Jones-Simmons. Senator Simmons made a statement that evaluation of children is not available publicly, only privately at high cost. This is not the case, Mr. President. Assessments are done at all pediatric development clinics and public hospitals. Letters of assessment and letters for requesting concessions are indeed issued by pediatric developmental specialists in our public healthcare system. Assessment of children upon entering primary school was a manifesto promise that will be delivered. Regarding the screening at birth recommendation, this is not clinically ideal. Developmentally disabilities like ADHD, autism spectrum disorders, etc., do not manifest until year 2 to 5 on average. Hence, our government's decision to commit to assessment upon entering primary school. Senator Jones-Simmons also made a claim that parents, guardians are not informed of the availability or the process for applications of concessions. Any of our nation's hardworking, dedicated teachers suspecting that a student may be in need of concession brings this information to the parents' attention. Information is also easily available through Ministry of Education. This is not a lost in the dark scenario as illustrated. I would also like to respond to Senator Al-Rawi, who listed conventions we are ratified to, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. But what Senator Al-Rawi did not mention is that under the PNM, we became non-compliant as a report due in June 2024 was never submitted. Don't worry, Mr. President, we will fix it. Senator Al-Rawi also mentioned neglect regarding, he mentioned broken pavements. Mr. President, 10 years of neglect cannot be fixed overnight. Mr. President, from where I sit as Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, nothing was done in this ministry in 10 years for persons with disabilities. Not in PTSE, not in the license division, not in traffic management, not in the aviation sector. Nothing was done in 10 years. But we are doing so much, Mr. President. And as we improve initiatives and programs, we will be informing the public. On the first day of this private motion, we were joined by the president of the Blind Welfare Association, Mr. Kenneth Surratt, who I met with last year. For years, he was lobbying with the previous government to improve transportation for persons with disabilities. Nothing was done, Mr. President. Nothing was done, Mr. President. I think it was Senator Janelle John Bates who mentioned when she spoke about the Eldamo service that PTSE offers. That Eldamo service was started by UNC administration with 24 buses. When I got into office, it was down to 9 buses, Mr. President. 9 buses were parked up for 8 years that was not being fixed. But I'm happy to report we are fixing these Eldamo buses, and 1 bus was sent to Tobago recently because they never had an Eldamo service in Tobago. And they talk about they love Tobago. Mr. President, there's so much I could see in all these divisions that fall under my ministry, but I would like to go into one in a little more detail, and that's the training and capacity building, Mr. President. Accessibility is not achieved through infrastructure alone. It requires culture of understanding, respect, and sensitivity across every public agency. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation is therefore introducing a comprehensive disability awareness and sensitivity training program across the transport sector, including the PTSE, License Division, Airports Authority, and Traffic Warden Division. This program will equip personnel from drivers to frontline staff with the practical skills needed to assist persons with disabilities with confidence and dignity. The training will cover key areas such as respectful communication, assisting visually impaired and mobility challenged persons, recognizing hidden disabilities, emergency response, and understanding the rights of persons with disabilities. To ensure quality, the program will be developed in partnership with organizations such as the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association and other key stakeholders. Mr. President, this initiative represents a shift from simply providing access to truly delivering inclusive service, grounded in empathy, professionalism, and respect. Through this, we strengthen our national commitment to equality and human dignity. Mr. President, I know we don't have much time, so I will conclude shortly. I reaffirm the government's commitment to ensuring that every citizen, regardless of ability, can participate fully and freely in national life. Accessibility is not an afterthought. is a fundamental principle guiding our transport systems and public service delivery. We recognize that accessibility requires continuous investment, reform, and engagement. It demands that we listen, understand, and respond with solutions that are practical, compassionate, and dignified. This is not only about compliance, it's about equality and justice. It's about ensuring that every citizen can move through our country with confidence, independence, and respect. Mr. President, as we modernize our transport sector, our vision is clear. A Trinidad and Tobago where accessibility is universal and inclusion is non-negotiable. Our commitment is firm and our responsibility to the people remains our guiding force. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Alicia Lalite-Ettienne.
Mr. President and the Senate, good afternoon. It has been a long journey, but I thank God today that I have life and strength that I could come to do what I have to do, which is to wrap up. I would like to first, we talk about this motion in extent detail, and my gratitude to when I'm representing the disabled community, members of the largest minority group in the world, would like to thank everyone in the Senate for their contribution. Every individual who contributed and who supported. It's a needed motion, and I will get into that a little later. I always like to start my contribution with a quote. And Linda Mohan had said, she said that human rights conferred by governments are not just principles. However, human rights are every individual entitlement. So everyone is entitled. And it's clearly stated in our Constitution, in Section 4 of our Constitution. And we all know in the Senate that the primary responsibility of a government is to protect and secure the rights of persons with disabilities. And we as legislators, hence the reason why we are here today. And Mr. President, I first would like to commend you because on November 26, 2025, you showed exemplary performance of being inclusive. You did a workaround to include me, who am blind. And I would like to also commend the Senate and the Clerk of the Senate for their work with me towards this point of this motion. It's also unique that February 24th was a private members' day, and today is the 24th, when we will be wrapping up. On a little sad note, on the 26th of November, one Mr. Kevin, he was in the visitors' gallery. He came to witness. He was blind, and he registered an organization, Blindness is Kindness. He had a lot of dreams for services for persons with disabilities. And his hope was someday he would have seen legislation put into place. However, about 2 weeks ago, he is no more. And the reason why I raised this is to tell you all, when you have the opportunity to do something, do it. sorry for getting emotional, but this is something that a lot of disabled people have been waiting on. We don't want pity, all right? The one thing I want to make clear is that this motion, when I thought about this motion, was never to make any government ministry look bad. It was never my intention to make the Ministry of the People of Social Development and Family Services or the Ministry of Health or any other ministry in the government look bad. It was actually to complement and the Minister of Social Development, if they will see this, that motion was over 8 months on the order paper. So it's not to say that I came here to make mischief. No, I came because the cries of the voiceless have been lost for years. And I'm not blaming no government who come and go. Right now, it's for us to do it. It's for us now to leave the past behind. It is water under the bridge. And my motion is to complement the work the government has been doing. And I said it in my opening remarks. I complimented the Prime Minister. She ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So the thing about it is, I didn't come here to make anybody look bad or to put anybody on the spot. And I would like the Minister of Social Development, Family Services, Minister of Social Development and Family Services to know my intentions were never to make the ministry look bad. It was to complement. And when I ask, and when we, as persons with disabilities, ask for a comprehensive plan, it was over 8 months this thing was in the making and was on the order paper. So while you all were doing all the efforts, it was at the heart of to complement the work of the government. It was not to make anybody look bad. So when the minister turned and said, and my heart was broken and it's still broken and it will be broken until it's healed by legislation. When she said that what I asked for is already being done, she misunderstood because it was there over 8 months already. And what she was to say is that we are working on it. And it's not just a comprehensive plan I asked for or we asked for. It was also for legislation. And when people got the opportunity to contribute, it was a lot about advertising services of the ministry. I compliment the government for what they're doing. This is what they were elected for. This is what the people put the government in power for, and this is what they were doing. So I wasn't tampering in anybody's work, their projects, whatever grants, nothing like that. But people have to know, and if you do research, you would realize, Mr. President, that all services and grants, if all these efforts, we don't have legislation, what would it come to? We will be there spinning around and around and around because people are still left vulnerable without protection of discrimination. Persons with disabilities are sexually abused. Persons with disabilities are discriminated. So if we ask for legislation, it is a matter of importance. It's not something that's being done. Services and grants are not legislation. It is not. Services and grants are things that the government have to do to provide services. Legislation is to protect the vulnerable. And that is what we have to know, is that I didn't come here to challenge anybody. My motion was on the order paper months ago, even when different things were now put into place. It was on the order paper, and anybody could go and see that. So it's not to say I was challenging the government and I was making any ministry look bad, and they have to stand up for their entire presentation and list out all these services and grants. That's what you all were elected to do, and I commend the government and the different ministries for all the services that they are providing. However, everyone in the Senate have to realize that there is a gap, and there is a gap because of lack of legislation. If you all read, Mr. President, the Parliament Journal on Parliamentarians of the Commonwealth, 2026 edition, there is an article there about the Pakistani legislator. And what they were emphasizing is legislation for persons with disabilities. And they say what has to be of the forefront of all legislators is the issue of inclusiveness and persons with disabilities. They endorse legislation, and it's of paramount importance that legislation it have to, no matter what. You could say all these services that you all are providing, and I compliment the government for that. I compliment all the ministries for the work that they are doing. But the thing about it is, we need legislation. Many other countries with smaller economies than ours have legislation. Why persons with disabilities cannot enjoy Section 4 of the Constitution? Why? So I am not criticizing anyone. My motion wasn't to make the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services look bad. It wasn't to make the Ministry of Transport and Aviation. It wasn't to make Ministry of Health look bad. No. It was to work, as you all said, that you all are implementing. It was to work alongside. It was to make the voice that people, the voiceless, to know that, hey, you all are to the forefront. And you know what is the sad thing? That the feedback I got, Mr. President, many persons with disabilities said their feedback. And I forgot to ask you, Mr. President, if you could give me 10 minutes.
2 minutes to 6. You have time, but it's 2 minutes to 6.
All right, okay, thank you. And what they said is that in the contributions, they are happy for the support, but very little was made mention to the benefits of legislation. Why we want legislation? What are the reasons? Why it is so important for legislation? Very little out of everybody's contribution. Yes, we support it, but wasn't much said why you supported it, why you see it's pertinent today, why we need it. It's not something that we want, it's something that we need. So that's the feedback that I have gotten from members in the disabled community that actually have been following this debate. And I would just like to also look at some of the points that were raised and like to make some corrections. The Honorable Minister of Health, he spoke about all of these services as well. And he quoted that they're moving from the charity model to the rights-based model. But moving from the charity model to the rights-based model, you have to focus very heavily and make it a main priority of legislation. When you talk about a lot of services and you talk about grants, yes, this is something that is needed. However, you're still focusing on the medical and the charity-based model. And his presentation, a lot of it was focusing on persons with disabilities, and he linked it to health. I know he's focusing with the health ministry. However, not all disabilities, not all persons who succumb to disabilities is as a result of some poor health condition. I am a perfect example. My disability is genetic. Some people is accidents. So it's not everything. It's a medical result that the person have a disability because of some medical malfunction of their bodies. And the social model is stating that people are disabled because of the societal norms, not because of the disability they have. And the reason why I said that is because when you have this, you focus on, all right, we have to provide services and we have the responsibility to protect persons with disabilities. However, you're mixing up care with control and directive and support for persons with disabilities and providing services. And a lot of people mix up care with direction and control. Care is not control. There are many persons with disabilities that live on their own and think on their own, make decisions on their own, and would like to contribute. I am happy that I am able to contribute in whatever way I could at this level. But persons with disabilities, we need a voice. And no matter what services are provided, what grants are provided, what will be the solution is legislation. I thank the government for supporting the motion, but I had to make these points clear that I wasn't making mischief. I wasn't looking for any ministry to look bad because I know they are hard at work providing services. And persons with disabilities, yes, we need the support, we need the services, but on a day-to-day basis, when we wake up with disabilities and we are restricted. As Senator Marie said, she built her presentation on 4 pillars. And as Senator Simmons said also, that one of those pillars is education. So you have education, you have infrastructure. A lot of the presentations focused a lot on infrastructure and services. Yes, we need that. However, if we don't have legislation, then we're in violation of the same conventions and treaties that we have ratified and signed on to in the past. So in order for it to be effective, and in research, and you can look it up, domestic conventions need domestic legislation in order to be able to be effective in our society. Also, many people are of the opinion that there is legislation already. And even in various seminars that I have hosted at the University of the West Indies, they are saying, Alicia, why are you looking and you are advocating for specific legislation when there is the Equal Opportunity Act of 2000? And I have to point out that the Equal Opportunity Act of 2000, it does not, and Senator Vera raised it in his presentation. It's very broad, one, and Minister Batiste as it is so broad, many employers and people who have to provide services, they are able to loop out of being obligated to provide opportunities for persons with disabilities. They go under the umbrella of due hardship and too costly. Also, with the Equal Opportunity Act, what is happening is that it's an enforcement mechanism. So you have to go and make a complaint. And you, as a person with disabilities, you have to follow through with it. So you have to make a complaint if it's to whatever, against whatever company, whatever. So you have to enforce. So it's broad. And also, it does not hold the government as a mandate accountable for protecting persons with disabilities. Yes, it has a component, but the Equal Opportunity Act was not specifically designed to protect persons with disabilities from discrimination and inequality and lack of access of opportunities. And we are talking about being inclusive. We want an inclusive environment, inclusive schooling, we want inclusive working environment. But how would we get there if we don't have legislation? I would like to refer to the contribution by the Minister of Labor, Minister Batiste. Thanks for all the efforts that you all are making towards opening up opportunities for persons with disabilities. However, if you don't have legislation, you will have problems. Also, that policies, procedures, practices must be adjusted in order for your plans, strategies to be effectively implemented. Because without those plans and policies and practices being adjusted, then those same plans would not be able to mesh with practices and procedures and policies that is not inclusive. So there is a lot of work to be done, and what would help you is legislation. Legislation specifically outlining the rights for persons with disabilities, which will align with the articles, Article 25 in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So now you will be giving employers a mandate whereby, yes, you have to employ persons with disabilities. And persons with disabilities are between, right now, Mr. President, a rock and a hard place. Yes, they want employment. However, persons with disabilities are crying out for meaningful employment, not like a project, temporary, not a 6 months, not a 3 months. What is happening is that, think about it. Someone on a disability grant is getting $2,000. And here comes an opportunity to be employed for 3 months to get some sort of employment and experience. After that 3 months, because they will be taking out NIS, that person, it will be very challenging to apply for disability grant again. What they will be recommended to do, Mr. President, is to apply for invalidity benefit. And invalidity benefit, according to the amount of salary, according to the amount of NIS is taken out, sometimes could be just $1,100. So a person with a disability now is saying, would I give up something that's covering my rent, my survival, which is very minimal, to go to something that is temporary, and after I am not sure of getting back the disability grant because I will be referred to get the invalidity benefit, which is much less. So persons with disabilities is between a rock and a hard place. And all these situations we face because of lack of legislation. I do not agree with Senator Al-Rawi that a policy is, just a policy. Policy is not legislation. Legislation gives persons with disabilities the rights for equality, that when we are discriminated against, we could have a voice, just like the socially displaced, just like the children, just like many other people who in this society who have a legislation. They have legislation and they are protected. We are vulnerable. Where is our protection? Our protection cannot come in their services and grants. We need legislation. We need whereby persons with disabilities who have been waiting for this for decades, when governments will see, well, hey, this is of importance. What we have in the society is what is called ableism. And ableism, you have two types of ableism. You have ableism where you have practices, beliefs, and entrenched norms and attitudes that is assigned to inferior values upon persons that people categorize as being different, quote unquote, persons with disabilities. You also have what is structural ableism, Mr. President. And structural ableism specifically deals with infrastructure, which a lot of presentations for this debate had focused on. And structural ableism could cause and does cause lack of freedom, mobility, and financial stability for persons with disabilities. And I don't have to go in depth with it because all the contributions focus somewhat on infrastructure. So you have ableism, two types, and these two types of ableism, it affects us because people concept, their beliefs, their attitudes are focused on a medical or charity model for persons with disabilities. And once it's focused on that, then persons with disabilities are limited. So we have to, as legislators, have to see the importance for legislation. And it's not to say that I am asking for something that is being already done. I am glad that it's being already done, and I'm glad and I'm so happy that my motion complements the government efforts and works. So it's not a threat, it's actually a compliment to say, well, hey, a reminder, yes, but we also need legislation. You have these services, yes, you're providing the grants, but please don't forget us because we need our rights. We need to have a voice. So persons with disabilities, that's what we are asking for. And this motion is not about politics, it's about the lives of individuals. People are structuring gated communities because of crime. We live in a gated community, persons with disabilities. And you know what is our gates? Barriers to inclusion within the society. We have attitudinal barriers. We have social barriers. So our barriers, we are in a gated community, Mr. President, that we don't want to be in. We don't want to be in this gated community, and the only thing could emancipate and open those gates for us is legislation. And that's what we need. And then things will fall into place. When you have legislation, things would fall into place bit by bit. We are not asking to rebuild Rome in a day. It's going to fall into place. So, what the government what the opposition, what the independent bench needs to know, and I thank you all for the support, is that legislation is the order of the day. When we say no one is left behind, if there is a policy, we went through policy already, decades of policy. I have been in consulting events many years ago with policy making. However, we want a different, we want a step up, Mr. President. We want legislation. That is what is going to put the icing on the cake. We have to stop seeing where students and children are being abused. I love to give the examples, and people will say, what? While I was in high school, I had low vision. I was not completely blind. And while sitting in my class, the teacher came to me and said, pick up that tamarind seed on the ground. And I will live with the rest of my life to remember it. I said, sir, where it is, I cannot see it. Get up and get out of my class. You're being disrespectful. If there was legislation, Mr. President, he would have to think twice of saying that. You see, when you have legislation, people will think twice of taking matters into their own hands. So persons with disabilities are not asking for much. We don't ask for much. We ask for a voice. We ask for inclusion. We ask for equal opportunity. We ask for equality. Inclusiveness we ask for. And that's what we as citizens, that's our entitlement, because the Constitution, we are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and we are entitled to every aspect of that Constitution. And if priority could be given to people who have committed crimes, and they are trying to make legislation whereby and amend legislation whereby these people will not have to remain in remand so long and there was justice. What about us? What is our justice? We have been waiting so long. We need it as a priority. And it will be a complement to all the services, all the projects, all the grants that the government is actively working on. All the AI, because Senator Smith, you spoke a lot about AI, but don't you know that the algorithms, once they are put in and they are biased, they will come out with biased results? And if the individuals putting in biased algorithms towards persons with disabilities because of their own personal concepts, you know what will be the results? Many persons with disabilities will be screened out. Just using the tool, the AI tool have to be carefully monitored. And that is what the legislation, the global legislators are looking at, because right now AI is actually could be used as a tool negatively to the vulnerable people around the globe. So the use of AI, yes, I compliment it, and yes, I advocate for it, but it could also be used to screen out persons with disabilities. Senator Alexander said in his contribution on the 26th of November that what Senator Etienne is asking for, we're already doing it, and she didn't have to come here with this to get the government to start to work. Paraphrasing. However, it wasn't a threat. It was a compliment, and it was on the order paper, as I said, a long time before. So that's one correction I'd like to make. Two, the terminology that is made, I sat and I listened to Senator Lewis and Senator Alexander. One term need to be corrected is that wheelchair bound and confined to a wheelchair is not terminology that persons who use wheelchairs would like, because wheelchairs are used as a assistive tool where people get around mobility-wise, and it assists them, but they are not actually bound to it. So that's just one correction. So in the future, you know, we are all here to correct each other and to move forward. And I would like to let the Minister of the People of Social Development that this motion is not to tamper with her brilliant ideas and programs and projects, and also the Secretary for the Parliament for that ministry is not to shed any dark light on the ministry's efforts. I compliment you all. However, it's to just align with the projects and all what the government is doing, and praying and hoping that it will be a priority. Yes?
10 more minutes.
Thank you so much. I will be wrapping up. Yes. So, no one walks in Alicia's shoes. No one walks in persons with disabilities' shoes. We live it every day, and I said it already. You all could sympathize. We don't want pity. Pity hurts persons with disabilities. We want opportunities. We want rights. We want whereby we have a legislation that discrimination could finally be attacked and eradicated. That's what persons with disabilities are hoping, longing for decades. Some haven't made it, but just like I spoke about my dear friend Kevin, and he hoped, many hope, I am still hoping, and I am hoping and praying that everyone in this Senate will realize that, yes, we are in a position now, and we have the opportunity, and we have to make it work. Senator Dan Paul, I commend you for a man of your stature, your position, could stand in a Senate and publicly apologize to the disabled community for the faults that has been done, and willing to go forward with a positive mind. I would like to commend you for acknowledging the wrongs. It takes a lot for somebody to stand and say, hey, I was wrong, but now we see the light and let's go forward. And I commend you for that. And I commend the Senate for the time that they have given, and the President for the time that has been given with these 3 sessions, the 26th, the 24th, and the 24th, and all the contributions, all the research that was put into these contributions towards supporting this legislation. We know that the government is actively involved in the strategic plan, and we are hoping and praying that the legislation aspect of it will be a priority as well. So I thank you all for your time, and I myself and the rest of the disabled community wish, pray, and hope that some good day a bill will come to the Senate and the Attorney General will move the bill, and some good day it will soon that it will be assented for legislation for persons with disabilities. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that this Senate call upon the government to table in Parliament within the next 12 months a comprehensive national strategic plan inclusive of a legislative framework to eliminate these barriers to social and economic exclusion, thereby enabling all persons to participate fully in public life with dignity and independence. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I was waiting for something else before I said something. The motion is carried. Leader of government business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before putting the question, there is a matter on the motion for the adjournment, and I now call on Senator Dr. Amory Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And the matter is important and straightforward. I will present it at this time, Mr. President, the need for the government to provide a supportive environment for local business, especially small and medium enterprises. Now, Mr. President, I don't think any senator or member of parliament would dispute that the government of any country, and in our case, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, has an essential and important role in providing a supportive and enabling environment for the private sector, and in particular, small and medium enterprises. Now, given the structure of the cabinet at this time, I suspect there are a number of portfolios that may have been assigned to respond to this particular matter, and we'd see how that unfolds. Mr. President, I could begin certainly with the UNC's manifesto, the government's manifesto, which was approved by cabinet as the official policy document of this UNC government. And one of the sections I will just read very briefly. The UNC is committed to unlocking the full potential of Trinidad and Tobago's economy by, and these are the words, making it easier for businesses to thrive. And Mr. President, my foundational question is, have we made any progress in that regard, making it easier for businesses to thrive? And we'd look at some of the indications as to whether the private sector, in particular small and medium enterprises, are thriving at this time or otherwise. Mr. President, I want to go a little further in establishing the foundation to look at the 2026 budget statement, which was delivered on October 13, 2025. The Minister of Finance at that time, and I will want to quote his words briefly, under the section supporting manufacturing and SMEs. And I quote, "Mr. Speaker, diversification depends on competitive businesses." Sounds good. A new export academy in partnership with the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber and the IDB will train SMEs in trade facilitation, financing, e-commerce, and global marketing, building 100 export-ready firms each year. Mr. President, building 100 export-ready firms each year. Mr. President, regrettably, We have seen no sign of those firms being built. In fact, the trend as established in the public discourse, in the national media, and by reports that have come to us in the opposition is that the exact opposite is happening among small and medium enterprises, and I will present the evidence that has come to my hand in that regard. The government has actually done the exact opposite of these commitments as identified in the manifesto and in the budget 2026 statement. Mr. President, what have they done? First of all, it is well established, and I wouldn't make heavy weather of it, is the dismissal of tens of thousands of individuals. Now, we've said that, but that has an impact, particularly on small and medium enterprises that depend on expenditure from these individuals, and they include single mothers, small families, others who have difficulty now in sending their children to school, buying books, paying for transport, and putting food on the table. I want to say that some disabled persons were even lumped in and also included in these dismissals, given the nature of the discourse that occurred today. Mr. President, so what is the impact of that development on our business community? The truth is those former workers tend to spend a lot of their salaries and wages on small business expenditure. That's the established reality. The groceries, the mini-marts, the parlors, the shops around the community, though they are deprived significantly given that those dismissals. These are the people that buy from small food huts, roadside vendors, the doubles vendors, the corn soup, etc., etc. And that was reflected in the Christmas, where we saw many articles demonstrating for many of these small vendors, it was a relatively dismal Christmas. I want to turn to Professor Carl Theodore, who gave a discourse on this, summarized in the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian of September 14, 2025. URP CPEP job cuts may harm economy and communities. Professor Carl Theodore was quite blunt, and I'm quoting from the article. Whenever you interfere with the incomes of low-income people, you're interfering with the lifeblood of the economy. Theodore, I'm going on, Theodore pointed to the well-worn but seldom measured principle of marginal propensity to consume. He noted that while the government has focused on trimming state programs on the grounds of efficiency or alleged corruption, it may not have calculated the aggregate shock. It's not just 400 people in URP and the 10,000 in CPA. He just gave some numbers, and the reforestation and others. And this is the key. You are referring to households that no longer have a reliable income. That is catastrophic for demand. And the economy, in large part, is fueled by demand. So Professor Theodore gave us some evidence in this regard. But, Mr. President, the challenge doesn't just remain on those dismissals, as catastrophic as they may have been. The government has also taken a number of additional actions and put measures in place that have actually pressurized the business community, and as opposed to creating an enabling environment, has disempowered the ability of many of these small and medium businesses to remain open. So, very briefly, I turn back to the UNC's manifesto. Under the section Simplifying Business Basics, this was the commitment. The UNC will reduce corporate tax rates to stimulate private sector expansion. Reduce corporate tax rates to stimulate private sector expansion. Have they done that? Mm-hmm. They've done the exact opposite, and instead of stimulating private sector expansion, they stifled it and stimulated the contraction of the private sector. So they promised lower taxes and businesses would not have to worry about additional costs. They've done the exact opposite. Mr. President, I will very briefly go through some of the measures that have been put in place. The bank tax, of course, which is being passed on to consumers. Landlord tax and surcharge. The commercial asset levy. Alcohol tax and liquor license fees affecting local manufacturers and the entertainment industry. The plastics tax. 100% increase in port fees and handling fees, customs processing fees. 100% increase in processing fees for work permit applications. Electricity surcharge on commercial buildings. the single-use plastics tax, increasing LPG prices affecting all manufacturers, increasing liquor license fees, fines and fees for maxi taxis and other businesses that use the roads have been doubled with respect to those. Two more. Significant increase in the cost of natural gas, etc., etc. Mr. President, this has resulted, and this is what I've compiled. The Nutrien, of course, has shut down its plant, and all the businesses that feed off of these plants have suffered. The Bocas Restaurant and Bar, Movie Town Tobago, the Home Store closing its Chaguanas branch, Pullman Melanine, Standard Distribution closing all its physical stores, Trotters closing Gulf City, San Fernando, November last year, Loop News, Sportmax, other businesses, Rib Shack on Mucurapo Road, the Blue Star Diner closing August of last year. Dairy Queen closes Tuna Pruna branch this year. Papa John's closed its day bay operations. Scotchy's Sports Bar and Lounge. Livy's Bar in Rio Claro. Ready Mix West Indies Limited. Passion Desserts Limited. Numerous small bars and small businesses right across Trinidad and Tobago to a large extent. Mr. President, I just want this Senate to understand and to highlight there's something very negative happening in the environment affecting our small and medium businesses, to draw this to the attention of the Senate and the government, and to highlight that the promises and commitments made in their manifesto and in the budget speech are not resulting in the right results. Mr. President, I thank you.
New Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprises.
Mr. President, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to rise to respond to the motion regarding the need to provide a supportive environment for our local business sector, specifically our small and medium enterprise. I listened to Senator Brown, and I had some trouble in trying to link his contribution to what the motion appeared to be pointing to. Under my ministry, it's small and micro enterprise development, and I know the Minister of Trade deals with medium enterprises. Mr. President, I want the PNM to take credit for something. You see what he has described, the state of affairs of this economy? You have had 10 years to ensure that you depress demand by failing to give people increases in salaries, by sending home people left, right, and center in this country over the last 10 years. Don't attempt to come here and look at this government dealing with an illegality in terms of some contracts, the CPEP contracts, and try to give that the reason why whatever depression, if this country is deemed to be in a depression, you, the PNM, have been in charge of this country for years. 53 years, and I always want to stress that, out of the 70 years now, on this year, of self-governance, the PNM has been in charge for 53 years. The PNM had 10 years straight. And this depressed state of the economy, I want you to take credit for it. In terms of small and micro enterprise development, let me tell you what I have met. We have NETCO, and the state of affairs on NETCO is abysmal. Abysmal is an understatement. In that 10 years, and I want anybody that even halfway reasonable, over 160 million spent in so-called loan-supported small and micro enterprise development. Anyone could say you can see where that money has gone?
Taxi driver.
Over $44 million on vehicle loans. 66% of the portfolio of Netco from 23 to 25 was vehicle loans. Over $44 million. From February 2024 to December 2024, grants give away $8.5 million in grants. Just give away money. And you are unable to know who or what or how this society benefited from it.
Shame.
From 21 to 25, an additional $34.2 million in grants. Money given away, not loans, grants. Where are we to see the small and micro enterprises that have benefited this country? It was nothing more than a way to give money to their supporters. And it's an unfortunate situation of trying to bring about a dependency syndrome that this country is difficult to get out of, because the PNM created an ecosystem of dependency. Not small and micro enterprise development, an ecosystem of dependency. This is what we must get out of. And Mr. President, it matters, because the undisputed backbone of our country, our economy, must be, and is always understood to be, the SMEs, which account for more than 90% of registered businesses, and they contribute between 30 and 40% of the national GDP. And most importantly, they provide livelihoods for over 200,000 citizens. And therefore, this government treats it as important. We treat it as the primary driver of innovation and job creation. That is why, in terms of the revitalization blueprint, we deem it as critical. In terms of the diversification of our economy, away from the less reliant, volatile oil and gas, we are now moving to a niche manufacturing, tourism, and high-tech services. And Mr. President, these sectors where the MSMEs don't just participate, but they lead. It is our strategic national development plan, the pillar of unlocking productive investment and jobs. It is built squarely upon the shoulders of small business owners. Mr. President, we are reviewing Netco's entire suite of services to ensure that we're not just giving a man a fish, but we're teaching him how to manage the boat, the net, the cold storage. Our focus is on accessing financing, enhancing training, mentorship, and aftercare. We are carrying about doing a data-driven governance by way of a national survey, where we'll be undertaking a national micro, small, and enterprise baseline survey. The survey will entail mapping the landscape, driving inclusive growth, measuring impact, and strengthening the foundation, that is harmonizing data across all government agencies. We have no intention of leaving behind our persons with disabilities. In that regard, at the ministry, we will in fact, and let me say what we have done, we are doing, we are working with Dallas and in terms of three major start and grow business training manuals into accessible formats for the visually impaired. In April 2026, we will launch a pilot training program for clients of the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association. The ministry, our ministry, trained by the ILO, will facilitate these sessions. We are proving that economic diversification also means human diversification and ensure that every citizen, regardless of their physical ability, has tools to be an employer rather than an employee. Amen. I want to see that Senator Lalite-Ettienne, we get you, and that we will not allow the persons with disabilities to be left behind, as in fact, persons that will benefit from a program dealing with small and micro enterprise that we will provide for persons with disabilities. Mr. President, I want to just end by saying this. The PNM has done nothing for small business. Literally nothing for small business. Right? What they have done and continue to do is to promote a dependency syndrome, taking advantage of their supporters. The places in this country that is depressed, most depressed is where they have called their base.
Yes.
That must come to an end.
Honorable Senators, Monday, March the 30th, 2026 will mark the 75th anniversary of the repeal of the Prohibition Ordinance, which came into existence in 1917. And the 30th anniversary of the establishment of Shouter Baptist Liberation Day as a national holiday in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. At this time, I would like to invite the government, the opposition, and the independent to bring greetings to the Spiritual Baptist Shouter community as we approach the 75th year or 75th anniversary. Who will speak on behalf of the government? The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very pleased to rise and bring greetings on the observance of Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day, which is the day when we, as the national community, acknowledge and pay tribute to the brave struggle of our brothers and sisters of that faith for equality, justice, and the right to practice their religion. But let's look back a bit, Mr. President, at the history of what we are observing. Mr. President, in 1917, the colonial legislature, the Legislative Council of the day, had passed the Shouters Prohibition Ordinance of 1917, which, and I'm paraphrasing the third section of the ordinance, made it a criminal offense for any person to hold or take part in or to attend any Shouters meeting in any part of the then colony, whether those meetings were held indoors or in the open air or at any time of the day or night. And moreover, Mr. President, that ordinance gave very intrusive powers to the police to enter any estate, house, or place without a warrant where a shouters meeting was being held, and to demand and take the names and addresses of all persons present at that meeting. While that law was in force, Mr. President, worshippers were arrested, beaten, and jailed if caught practicing their religion. Mr. President, unfortunately, that institutionalized discrimination went on for over 3 decades, and there were frequent calls to remove the ban, including those from famous labor leader Uriah Buzz Butler, who advocated for religious freedom in the colony. In 1940, in a united body called the West Indian Evangelical Spiritual Baptist Faith, under the leadership of Elton George Griffith, presented a petition to the Legislative Council for the ordinance to be repealed. A committee of the council was set up in 1950 to look at the issue, and the report of that committee noted that the only justifications for the ban were that the shouters were disturbing public peace, and their rituals were thought of as gross, in inverted commas, or degrading by colonial standards. However, Mr. President, some on the committee argued that the 1917 law was discriminatory and draconian, in that it targeted African customs and forced the practitioners of the religion underground. That was in 1950. After much lobbying, Mr. President, the Shouters Prohibition Repeal Ordinance number 20 of 1951 was passed on the 30th of March 1951, hence the observance of that date and the observance of an official public holiday, which was granted to the spiritual Shouter Baptists by the United National Congress government. In 1996. But there is more, Mr. President. In 2000, the United National Congress government passed the Miscellaneous Laws Act, number 85 of 2000, which removed restrictions on drumming and singing in the Summary Courts Act so that they did not apply to religious ceremonies. That 2000 Act also created a new criminal offense for any person to attack, ridicule, or vilify another person's religion in a manner likely to cause a breach of the peace. So, Mr. President, I think, with respect, that it is only right that we use this opportunity and this observance of this aspect of our shared history to reflect on how far we have come and how far we must go. You see, Mr. President, we all should know, or at least appreciate, that a version of Westminster was sent from the banks of the Thames and transplanted right here next to Woodford Square. So let us, Mr. President, pause and reflect on the remnants of plantation and colonial-era models of governance that we still have, and whether they promote injustice, discrimination, and elitism, and whether these arrangements are truly representative of the people in a modern liberal democracy such as Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, very, very recent developments at Westminster should provide a clear signal to all of us. So, Mr. President, as we pay tribute, we acknowledge and we celebrate, we would be right to use the tribulations and eventual victory of the Shouter Baptist community as a catalyst for our further development as a nation. So, Mr. President, in closing, today we on the government side salute the Shouter Baptist community. We acknowledge their struggle for justice and we celebrate their freedom with them. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and those of us on this side of the chamber, we wish Happy Shouter Baptist Liberation Day to the Shouter Baptist community in particular, and indeed to the entire national community. I thank you.
Senator Foster Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring greetings on behalf of the opposition of the Republic, led by the Honorable Penelope Beckles-Robinson. I'm honored to join with my colleagues today in commemorating Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day 2026. My colleague, Senator Alahar, gave us some historical representation of why we have arrived at this holiday and this celebration. I will not endeavor to repeat it because those facts represent in large measure what happened and what the experiences of the Spiritual Baptists were following that draconian piece of legislation, Mr. President, which is part of our history, where we see legislators uncomfortable with the conduct, behavior, or history of a group and the way they chose to practice their religion, sought to use their power in the legislature to create a law that would empower the police to arrest practitioners of the Spiritual Baptist faith. It is not something that we want to see repeated at all in Trinidad and Tobago or anywhere else for that matter, because our people must be free, not only in terms of movement and speech and the things that we are accustomed to, but in particular in terms of their ability to worship God. This year's celebration in particular is rooted in significance and carries even greater meaning as we mark the 75th anniversary, the Diamond Jubilee of the repeal of the Shouter Prohibition Ordinance of March 30th, which was repealed on March 30th, 1951. This victory involved sacrifices, resilience, perseverance, and an unshakable commitment of the brave men and women of the Spiritual Baptist community who fought relentlessly to ensure their right to worship freely. We salute the leadership of the late Archbishop Elton George Griffith, who was a champion of the liberation movement for the Spiritual Baptists. Though the Baptist community, the Spiritual Baptist community, endured the injustice of prohibition for over 3 decades, they stood firmly in the belief in their faith. Their faith would not be muzzled or diminished because of that legislation. In fact, many persons were arrested and put in prison as they fought to continue their cultural and religious beliefs. The faith grew stronger and became a force to be reckoned with and a powerful representation of spiritual strength, resistance, and identity. Mr. President, as a member of this Senate, and I must say as a proud member of the Spiritual Baptist community myself, I stand today with a deep and personal connection to the experience of the Spiritual Baptists. I embrace not only the history, but the spirit and devotion and the sacred traditions that continue to anchor this faith. The recognition of this day as a national holiday in 1996 affirmed that this journey is a reminder that our strength as a people lies in our diversity and our shared commitment to respect, dignity, and freedom. The contribution of former Prime Minister Basdev Pandey toward the granting of this holiday and making state lands available in Maloney is commended and appreciated. Mr. President, it forms part of our rich history as a beacon of multi-religious tolerance and appreciation. We also take note and offer appreciation to the current Prime Minister, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, in her first incarnation, for making a reality the spirit, along with Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke, the Spiritual Baptist School in Maloney. This support to the Spiritual Baptist community transcends government and political parties. We also commend the efforts of former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley for his support and encouragement. As a result of his intervention, the National Congress of Incorporated Spiritual Baptist Organizations today has achieved its dream of a headquarters for the Spiritual Baptist faith, which is now located at Balmain in Hoover. And the Spiritual Baptist Cathedral is past design stage with construction work to begin soon. To my brothers and sisters of the Spiritual Baptist community, thank you for your commitment, endurance, resilience, and your unwavering faith. May this period remind us that freedoms accomplished through sacrifice should never be taken for granted. I extend best wishes on behalf of the opposition to all members of the Spiritual Baptist community, and may God bless all of you. May God bless Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I am honored to bring greetings on behalf of the independent bench, and in particular of our colleague Courtney McNish, who is of the faith and who deeply wanted to make this presentation. I only hope that my few words could stand in honor of him. There was difficulty there and he could not be here. There are few things more sacred than a people's right to worship, to pray without fear, to believe without constraint. And when we reflect on how the Spiritual Baptist movement and faith have enriched our country, in many ways it is more than a religion. It is a profound symbol of resilience, of cultural identity, of triumph of the human spirit, not simply to survive, but to flourish. And the result is a deep coloration and contribution to our national fabric. The events of today are also humbling. In 1917, legislators, I suspect, somewhat like us, thought they were doing the right thing. And they passed a law hurting a lot of people. It took 34 years before another group of legislators said, no, this can't stand. And they repealed the act. There needs to be a moment of pause as we pass laws, as we do things, of what our people had to endure that others, I have to presume well-intentioned, caused hurt. And then the intent was to set it right. But setting it right was not the end of the journey. And I commend our Prime Minister, well, then Prime Minister Basil Pandey, in 1976, recognizing, 96, I do beg your pardon, thank you, recognizing the significance, declaring a public holiday, but also committing the national community to righting a major wrong. Another group of legislators working in that regard. And there's something heartening in looking at that progression. Because ultimately, a nation is not measured by how it treats, is measured by how it treats not by how it treats the majority, but how it protects the dignity of all those, and particularly those in minorities, as our earlier discussion on the Disabilities Bill was so amply amplified. So what I want to do on behalf of the bench, on behalf of the independent bench, is to bring greetings from ourselves and from this chamber to all those who practice the faith, to acknowledge and recognize all those who have come before, who have had to endure when the law stood against them, and who had to preserve their dignity and their faith in the face of hardship, and who had to ensure that restrictions would not cringe or cramp their spirit. And it is in this recognition of those who continue to carry that legacy forward with conviction, with discipline, with belief, and most especially with verve. We, on the bench, acknowledge and affirm the principles that we must continue to uphold in Trinidad and Tobago, that every creed must be respected and be given its space. And so, Mr. President, I wish to sincerely and respectfully greet all members of the Spiritual Baptist community, and I wish all a sacred, peaceful, uplifting Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day. Thank you very much.
Honorable Senators, I join with those who have spoken before me to extend greetings to the Spiritual Baptist or Shouter community and the wider population on the occasion of Spiritual Baptist Shouter Liberation Day, to be observed on March 30th. Today, we do more than acknowledge a public holiday. We honor a sacred story of faith, struggle, and ultimate victory for the human spirit. We remember a time in our history when for 34 years the worship of the Spiritual Baptists was outlawed under the Shouters Prohibition Ordinance of 1917. Honorable Senators, This year, we commemorate 75 years since the repeal of the 1917 Ordinance on March 30th, 1951. We recognize the testament to those faithful who did not abandon their faith, but believed steadfastly that one day freedom would come. We remember and honor the advocacy and courage of pioneers such as Archbishop George Griffith, Jubal Uriah Buzz Butler, Granville Williams, Philip Granger, Andrew Balfour, and Chandra Mathura of the then Port of Spain City Council. I also wish to add some color to this historical moment and recognize the then Minister of Labor, Industry and Commerce, Albert Gomes, who, following a hard-won public baptism held in Carenage, took a public petition from Elton Griffith to the Legislative Council asking that the ordinance be repealed, and saw that petition through to realization. Honorable Senators, this year is particularly significant as we also mark the 30th anniversary since Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day was declared a public holiday in 1996. That decision is an equal and integral part of the history and culture and cultural identity of Trinidad and Tobago. After 75 years since repeal and 30 years of public recognition, we the people can proudly say that Trinidad and Tobago stands as the only country in the world to grant a public holiday recognizing the Spiritual Baptist faith. Therefore, the story of the Spiritual Baptists is not only the story of one community, it is a national story. It is a reminder that freedom of belief, freedom of worship, and freedom of expression were not always guaranteed, and that these freedoms enshrined in our Constitution must never be taken for granted. Faith, culture, and freedom must always be protected, and liberation is not only a moment in history, but an ongoing journey for every society and every generation. As the Calypsonian Chris Tamu Herbert reminds us, the journey now starts. The journey, it now starts. My brothers and sisters, senators all, when the bells of liberation ring out, may the shouter spiritual Baptists and their perseverance continue to inspire us as we strive for unity, tolerance, and national production. Honorable Senators, in the spirit of community, victory, and liberation, please allow me, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, myself and my family, to wish all present in this chamber, the entire spiritual Baptist community, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago a peaceful and introspective spiritual Baptist Shouter Liberation Day. Honorable Senators, let me now put the question. The question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.